Welcome back to another day of Final Fantasy XIV. When we last left off, we finished Heaven's Sword, and now we're in Stormblood. We got a mission to accept. Nago would like nothing more than to continue on to Castrum Oriens. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. Hey, Breezy. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of the Flame General Ruban Adolin, did you not? I regard the bull of Al Magio himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. $168 yards. South. I'm so used to people not really asking me how I'm doing, Breezy, that sometimes I don't even know how to respond. Oh, it's under the bridge. No, I'm not. I don't have to apologize. I'm a guy. Most people don't care to really ask. Pleasantries are something that I'm not really... I try to do here, but people don't really like them. It's not uncommon for me to say good morning to people here and no one really says anything back.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General.
Oh.
Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from miles around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castrion Villadane. Namely, the arrival of shipments rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against allied forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all. More Magitech weapons. That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rally cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire. But you have a lot more folks willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. So what I propose is simple. We harry hurry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to near east, the east end, where our resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with this assessment and full-heartedly support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Ruban knows exactly what he would like you to do. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from the look I see in this foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use it. Head to the spot on this map right here. The patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them and rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Akane. Good morning, Kurama. Hey, Cut. Hello. Captain Lowe's Perez has lost something very important. Icania, the twin Adlers, just the woman I wanted to see. We've misplaced a number of Garlean drones taken from the Belsier wall. By misplace, I mean the damn thing sprung to life and stormed off out of the base. They need to be dealt with before any civilians come to harm. Being familiar with Magitech as you are, I can think of no one better to assist us. If you would be willing to help, go speak with Lieutenant G. in Bena. She is overseeing the initiative to terminate the drones. Matsu, your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed that they are made with a heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are all but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating their armor. It has since been fitted to a suit of Magitech armor, which I would ask you to pilot. If I'm not mistaken, this would not be the first time you've piloted one of these suits. Yeah, it should take you no time then to familiarize yourself with the controls. Now, the drones were last sighted due east of here to the north along the Valadina River. I fear recapturing them is out of the question, so to do whatever you deem necessary to stop them. I'm okay, Cut. How are you doing? Welcome back. I take it the drones have been disposed of then? Excellent work. We were quite fortunate for your presence. Save for Lieutenant Jibnip, none of my men can activate suits of magic tech armor, let alone pilot one in combat. I only pray that this isn't to our detriment in the future. There's still plenty more of those drones out there along the Belsier wall, if any more of them should suddenly stir. At any rate, we will continue working with Garland Ironworks so that should such a day come, we will be ready. All went to plan then? Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons have left the cache room Bella Dina. The resistance is already in position, so we have to but wait for our guests to arrive.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once! Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack!
Hey, Ram.
Get after them, damn you!
Hold on. Okay. Nice. All right. He who fights and runs. Who in the hell's are that you lot? For Al-Magi, let none escape. Okay.
Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye! Run and tell your Viceroy! The day belongs to El Amigo! Yeah!
Yeah!
Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. I can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Marshal Kemp. 'Tis was Marshal Taropin who made this plan. And all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I grateful beyond words. I have no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. It's been a pleasure, General, until the next battle. Monago, I leave this alliance in your care. We shall return to the castrum then, Akane, Mistress Levere, and once more, you have my thanks. As Master Kelp said, until the next battle. I heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple. And then, thanks for the help out there. Snowy, thank you for the 33-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 33 months of support. Kamsahamnida, thank you. Monigo is ready to return to the Regular's Reach. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. That happened because I accidentally hit the window key. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what we asked of you without hesitation. For what we owe you, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemel's newest weapons and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, and that they will, for the markings, the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by an united Erosia to drive the Garleans from our land. Promise and platitudes mean naught without action. But the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. To think that last time the The Grenadian troops trotted this soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War. That was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonous past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread the word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banner. We just have to wait and see. Akane, Alicia, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. I guess I have to do it myself. The tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Al Ganahan. Clear the barracks if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There's more villagers there than out here. But also more Imperials keep a close eye on things. We need to tread carefully.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
Thank you.
Fish tacos are the best tacos. Noitmatsu Fatma's way
Yukaiwi, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 35 months. Thank you, thank you. We're a glamour in the place here too. We've a glamour in place here too. As you may notice, so far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, Once you have leave these ruins, we have no more glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move out. As we move. Nary Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Allegana's due east, past that bridge. Follow me if it's not much further. It's a 5th expansion mob from Final Fantasy XI. It's the first one. You can rest easy, we made it. This is Allegana. It feels strange coming home like this. I've always imagined it would be... Sorry, there's nothing to do with... That has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do. As I said back in the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answer his call of arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Garla May lost a few youth as well. If there's truth in to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, there might be suspicious. They may be suspicious of outsiders, claiming allegiances to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So, with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be simple to give a speech in a village. Square. Not if you don't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact that he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave women and men are here willing to fight. Mifred would like to introduce you to the village elder. Raga freed. The village elder is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Hello, Inky. Don't you know, traveler? Don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, elder. Sincerest apologies that I do not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Gana, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, you're a comrade. You are comrades of Milfred. I see. Speak on, though. I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffins came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? You lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman. We had no part in his schemes. We have had an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, hold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, and even our God. And they demand the fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But the hate's not enough, Milfred. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now, leave us and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was produced barely enough to keep us fed. And that was before half of our men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't. Because it's my village too. My home. What the hells are you talking about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Elise Hext. And I'm here to take back my homeland. By regard, last time I saw you, I didn't even know if you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't. And my sister never will. Lots of others won't either. And that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Aligar is much of your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give you no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. It could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping that Ragafred might help us recruit some people, but that's clearly not going to happen. If we to convince any of them to join, we'll need to regain their trust. It's risky and it's hardly suitable, but I say we approach the villagers directly and see what problems they've got, if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. Increases damage dealt by 15%. You realize level 70 is the level cap for Stone Blood and you almost made it. And you're almost to it. Angry Corel regards you with suspicion. The new face in now Ganha. Huh. Why would you ask? Why would you ask of me then? A strange and generous soul besides. Bollocks. There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I'd expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the rocks by Grim and Eden. He's got something for me. Can Can you go and get it? Right then. Frightened Corell is his name. Ask him for the leftovers and he ought to understand. Is here, but her mind is elsewhere. You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk from the pain. Mornings after the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labors ride out, too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea that helps with it, though. I'd need to grind a Kapaloo horn and hornbill talons for the blend. You'll go and get me some? Just like that? You need to trouble yourself so. Yeah, I've just been playing the game, so I haven't really gone out of my way to do anything. So this is a default monster in Final Fantasy XI's 5th expansion pack, which came out in 2013, I believe. I've never played any other Final Fantasy games, so I don't recognize any other mobs or bosses or anything. I find it fun when you recognize mobs from other games. I'd be curious what else you recognize going through. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff I can just recognize from Final Fantasy XI. Down to names. I've already pointed like a lot of it out. Believe it or not, this is just a more detailed looking chocobo than this is the base model of a chocobo in Final Fantasy XI, just more detailed. So like, that's the one I made a thoughts video about this game yesterday, but then I didn't publish it, and I don't think I will because I don't really think people will really watch it. But one thing, I guess, that I'm bitter about or annoyed about is over the years, there's like a mentality from people who've never even played the game to just talk bad about Final Fantasy XI because it's old and they never played it. Which you see with a lot of games where people will talk shit about games but they never played them. But what I think is so weird is how they're both MMO, so they're going to be compared against each other, and one's more popular than the other one. It's newer. But I find it so strange that the newer one has literally copied pasta so many monster models from that game in particular. And I don't mean like normally when you take a monster from one game and you input it into another one, you change it to some degree. It's like it's the same monster, but its design is different. This design isn't any different. It's just big. They're not normally this big. And that's it. And I think it's so strange that people are like, 11 sucks ass, it's terrible, it's old, it's PS2 graphics, it's slow, But then like half the mobs in this game are from that game, and they're not even changed. Or like half the items in this game are literally the exact same name. Half the fishing rods are the exact same names. I mean, half of my moves that I have on my character right now are not that different. You do Dragon Kick in Final Fantasy XI. You do True Strike in Final Fantasy XI. This is called Chakra. You have Mantra. I can go down the list. It's like a lot of it is exactly the same. This Wind Spirit, the base design is exactly the same. And so it's like weird to me that people will put down one game when like a big core of this game is literally from that one. And like I get it that they're MMOs, but prior to this, if they were like I said, if they were gonna adapt stuff from one game to another, they at least attempt to change them. In this one, they kept majority of it the same. So I think it's weird when people talk down one. Like this is a third expansion monster in Final Fantasy XI. I've already pointed this out. This is that's not what he's called in the game. And he's just dyed red. But it's the exact same monster in the third expansion pack. They just painted him red. And so it has a lot of the exact same monster. There's another one in the other area that I didn't point it out yesterday. There's another enemy in this area that's from the base game of Final Fantasy XI, believe it or not. So I think it's weird how people talk down one because it's old or because it's not popular anymore, when a lot of its DNA is from that game. Kind of gets me annoyed because it just comes off as like, well, this is the popular one, so this is the better one. I think Elon Musk has proven how wrong that is every day with Twitter. I don't necessarily think that's true either, to an extent. Because they consulted with the original producer of Final Fantasy XI for base 14, and it didn't work out. Like, they went back to the well with Tanaka, and Tanaka couldn't reproduce. He was in charge of base 14, and it didn't work out. But I don't think that's... I don't think that's to Tanaka's detriment, personally, because what people don't like to talk about with video games, people like to make the conversations about video games extremely simple, but they're never really a simple thing. They can't be. They're literally made, like, most high budget games are literally handled with, like, at least 150 to 300 people involved. It's not like, it's not a simple thing. But what people want out of MMOs has changed a lot over the years. And I don't think that has to do with the games themselves, but I think that has to do with life outside of the MMO. Like, even from, like, Final Fantasy XI, which released in 2002 or 2003, compared 20 years later to 2023. People work more in 2023 than they worked in 2003. So, how are you going to play an MMO in 2023 versus 2003 when you're expected to work more hours at your job? You have to, like, the mentality that they had for MMOs back then can't succeed in modern day. They instantly fail because they're too time demanding. And that has nothing to do with, like, the actual genre of the game. It has to do with, like, work outside of the game. So, like, the old philosophy of MMOs, they just don't work anymore. But that doesn't mean the game is bad. You get what I mean? And it's not just level 11 that's had to change too. It's WoW has to change. The biggest MMO in the world, outside of some unknown ones probably made in China. Like, that game had to change too to accommodate for life. Like, they couldn't keep doing what they were doing in the beginning either. Because life changed. People couldn't sit there and play. Like, it was not unrealistic in old school Final Fantasy XI to play for about 6 hours to get one level in that game. And that was not uncommon, if not longer. But people can't do that anymore. Like, there's no such thing as in that game as getting experience points by doing quests. It doesn't exist. So like, I'm level 68 now. In old school Final Fantasy XI, this would have took me about 7 real life months to do. And you pair that with, like, let's just use the economy in America. Most people are not doing that well financially. It's estimated that like over half of the population in America doesn't even have health insurance, which health insurance is tied to your job. So there's a good portion of people that have to work 2 jobs. How are those people going to play an MMO? They can't. Right? So you already got a portion of people who can't even play old school 11 already because the economy can't. Like, you see what I mean? Like, the economy dictates. These games take a long time. You have to have a lot of time to be able to play them. If you ain't got the time to play them, they got to make the game easier for you to play. And MMOs in general had to go through that because people's money got worth less. People had to work more. People had less time to play stuff. See, but that's the thing, though. You say, and I'm not saying it's what you're saying is negative, but saying oof, it wasn't how it was back then. Compared to nowadays, sure, but back then, that was okay, right? It was fine. People had no problem with playing the game for a year to get to the max level back then. That was the norm. And people did it gladly. But nowadays, yeah, it's like oof. Because just standards have changed. But I think the standards have changed because I think overall people have less free time. Well, yeah, we used to say it all the time back in old school FF11. We used to say WoW was an easy man's Final Fantasy, like, MMO. Final Fantasy XI back then was the hard MMO. It wasn't the popular one. And so we used to say all the time to, like, when we would talk to each other in the game that WoW was the easier game to play. Like, there was no conveniences in 11 whatsoever. Like, Ray can tell me and Ray played 11 during its prime when it was at its hardest. Games had to adapt to life changes with their target audience, and now the target audience unfortunately will look at stuff in 11 unfairly since it was made for a different era of gamers. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Yeah, like, it was, people like to talk down to it and say it's bad because, one, it's old, and people love to say old stuff is bad for some reason. Like, you want to, or how unsatisfied or insatiable people are. You have the Lords of the Fallen game that's coming out soon. That's like the second major game to be made on the new Unreal Engine, and people are saying the game looks bad, even though it has one of the most powerful graphic engines available to it. to use. People are saying it looks bad. Because they're idiots. Yeah, people look back on old games unfairly because they judge it with modern day standards. I hope we get the next 4-day week in the next few years. Businessmen and capital, like pro-capitalism people will fight tooth and nail to prevent that from happening. Or I should rename it. Exploitive capitalists will fight tooth and nail to That's why WoW Classic got mixed reviews. Folks who wanted that old school experience were thrilled, but folks who are used to current day were like, what the hell is this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Dark. Sorry, the skin around my eyes is flaking. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to El Gehiha? Never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they made it known I'm not. They made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know? We're alive ones. You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I've gone out in the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs, and then I had a good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said, and not that I made a difference if I fought back. I knew what the lot of them were about the moment the Centurion laid eyes on me. It didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others. And by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too if you like. He'll be grateful and say thank you. But beyond that, I won't hope for much. I mean, but that's to be expected that a lot of people are going to be bad at WoW. Like, even for WoW Classic. That came out, what, 2005, 2004? There wasn't many MMOs even back then. Yeah, you had EverQuest. You had Final Fantasy XI, but you didn't really have that many MMOs. You didn't have your DC Heroes one. You didn't have your City of Heroes or City of Villains MMOs yet. Like, It was a pretty new genre. And not one people were used to. It makes sense that most people who play those games weren't good at them. The better question would be, why would they be? It's the same with fighting games. Like, I mean, fighting games are hard. Most people that play them, they're not good at them. But compared to the rest of, like, video games, fighting games are pretty... They're very different. Yeah, I don't think you gotta worry about that, Dark. They're gonna make Dragon Ball games. They're gonna be making Dragon Ball Z games long before you and me are dead. I don't think you really gotta... I don't think you gotta worry about that. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother sent someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sack over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mine, so be careful when you pick them up. Hey, Pro. Hey, Stereo. No worries, Ray. I mean, you can go back and play the old Dragon Ball games. It's not like they're bad. Yeah, no, WoW was... I don't even think WoW was even seen as a hard game back then. I remember people always talking about how easy it was. And not like in a negative way, like, oh, it's easy, your game sucks. It was just, it was easy to learn. It's not a bad thing. A new face, you have the leftovers. Well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's a salt pepper for making fire sand. In case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes got good deposits. It's hard for my brother to pass any other podling quarrymen, all while sweeping bits and pieces off the side to bundle up and sell to the suitors what trade with the resistance. It's a living, a way of fighting back, and a way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. I don't know if he's dead or alive, even. Though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everyone's got a reason, but in the end, the result's the same. I suppose I just want you to know, is all. That we're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. And Fred is hard at work trying to win over the villagers of Al-Gaha. And there you are, Connie. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping the villagers unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her? That is. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you the past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard's wall, living a high life, I wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, denying to help us poor unfortunate souls. Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm the castrum with our pickaxe and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring Korhoots down on all of us. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Liz. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it, you'd keep us out of your doom rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But it isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Almago. Let's go and find Mifrid. It looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame him. Given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, I just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do, Liz. I ran too, eh? But if I hadn't, I'd have never met Akane or the rest of you. We might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, and nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Help, someone, anyone, we need help. I don't like the sound of that one bit, come on. Where Krata, he, and the tributant, and the bloody ratman, they... Damn it all. You there, take a deep breath and tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The tribe Buddha due soon. And we were taking it to the Imperials when the Kyukyu attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. There's an old temple before they came, and listen, where Kratos, the only family I got left. If I lose him, the ziggurat? If the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We gotta get, we got to get after them. If there's even a chance her brother is still alive, we have to try. You're right, Liz. We gotta help them. If not for missing a man, if not for the missing man, for the tribute. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. Milfred understands that you must act quickly to save Where Krata. So Where Krata is being held somewhere in Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of QQ-Rin bandits. That about covers it then. So prepare for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foe, but there sure are a lot of them. No, those green monsters aren't at all. These are, though. I've already said this is the exact same sprite that the Earth element looks like in Final Fantasy XI too. These are in the 3rd expansion of FF11. Along with that, I don't know why they really love the enemies from the 3rd expansion, and I don't know why. There's so many. Please let me go, I'm begging of you. I don't want to die. Hear that? I could think it came from the top of Ziggurat. Who dare comes to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. By Regal, what did I even do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I've hardly had a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be all right. My sister? Oh, Regal be praised, she's safe. And you fought your way in here just for me? I think there are still good, brave folks in this world. We should go before the QQ are in return in force. Do you still have the tribute? Oh gods, the tribute. The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What? Right now in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. I'm glad we saved him, but for him to run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Liz has never been one to ignore her conscience. Listen, Akani, Mifred, I think we need to go after Were-Krata. Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that. I do. I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. In the dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. Any luck? A chocobo feather, is it? By my reckoning, it came from Were-Krat's bird, in which case. There's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and sticks to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Any minute now, I expect he'll be thundering around the bend. And hear that? Get the cover quickly now.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, no, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fake? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
I heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. It tears me up inside to see our kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy. But they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Milfred wishes to no longer linger unnecessarily. Alright, Werakrat's alive and the tribute's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alaga and tell Ragafried his man got the job done. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Werakrat told me everything and how you fought the QQ Ren and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the Skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. Yeah, I reckon you could. Mifred's a warrior, as is your comrade, and you're strong like your father. That much is plain. But I think Ralliged you did not, because it wouldn't have ended with them. Wericott and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. The bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for, only the gods know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit, I was quick to judge you, Liz, for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, gods in heavens, as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was a stubborn ox too. If she set on walking the same path, I pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's all right. Sorry about running off like that. The Almagans terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. Nor didn't I expect Watercraft to just lie in the dirt while they kick him. I can't claim to know their plan. I barely remember this place or even my father's face. But I remember Edith. I remember how scared she was when we ran. And that look in her eye when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Liz. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. This wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I sprouted about how I loved my village. But when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Wericrat, but you did. Made me feel like a bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly care for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you will have me. You're asking to join the resistance? When you put it like that, well, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who have been thinking about it for a while now. There are not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Almago, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome to Ragalar's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No. I was just thinking out loud. With that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits. And it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I've heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I've seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldier, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Almagain, none that matters. They all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Liz. Your father certainly was. Right then. I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Kane, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Conrad wishes to thank you for all you've done in the short time. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Alliance. I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother Dearest. I take it your efforts to gaining new recruits were successful? Indeed. There were several amongst the Scion ranks that were eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I have come to present. Commander Kep, if I may, my name is Aravel Litanius, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for the free Almigo, for an Almigo where women like my mother were never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true born son of Granabina, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to truly take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of Erosia's alliance and the Scions of Seven Dawn, I believe we will soon be in the position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Adon that we draw up plans for the assault on Castrum Veladina. In the meantime, we will make what preparations we can.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges. Save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards. Who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes.
Like you.
Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my house. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
I can't just say that. I mean, listen to what he said. Cowards who never meet their foes in battle. Yet he's sitting in his castle surrounded by thousands of men. He's not out on the battlefield. Being a hypocrite. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties. We're here to help after all. The three of us have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you could afford. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Hey Lander, hello. Hey Nub, hello. Reeves is certain he has seen you somewhere before. I beg your pardon? The woman who bested Galvus von Beltzer wishes to offer me her assistance? I say this is highly irregular, though I have heard it that you had perchance for aiding the common man, in which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for naught else, I think it important that these monumentous events be recorded for the benefit for future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I've had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log, and Akane, thank you for your service, now and ever after. I was just a cook before all of this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know. And there's always needs for cooks. Or at least people who can cook with whatever the foraging parties turn up. Take it easy, Nub. Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps. Or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brother were worked to death while building the castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot come from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Aren't you the Econ Slayer? Damn if I know why you bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamago, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship. If you live long enough, you die stealing someone else's land, like as not. But that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Almago. We owned a stall in the market, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. Well, Medikane, have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts deep. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. You must never forget, my friend, never. Lissa considers the cookpot with a frown. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask TB for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not a haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Herbs. Is it 6 sprigs of whatever on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother though. You'd be surprised what you can grow underfoot, even in the reach. Hey, John. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? Thanks, that'll do nicely. Oh, and sorry to impose this upon you, miss. I thought you were another new recruit. I didn't realize until after that you were, But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villagers, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must. We never lose sight of the dream. A Nanta battle maid is not one to trifle with. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer. I was told to expect new recruits this evening. this eve, yet nearly one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would-be heroes. Send them on to me, should you chance to find them. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Huh? Training? I was too busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. A thousand pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Almago should be a monarchy or republic that I neglect to attend my training. So silly, I know, but until we drive the Imperials from our land, the question is mute. The teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see. And, yes, of course, there is no time. If you would excuse me. Hey, Craig. Oh, buggers, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in the 4 recruits don't live through training. That can't be true, right? Oh, buggers. Oh, buggers. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor in which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say. I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare ye well. A swarty resistance fighter is at its wits' end. Damn it all, where could it have got to? Pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You hadn't seen a ward of destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? Aye, had been him. I had it this morning. That much I know for certain. And I've not left the reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. If you got some spare, a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of Fists earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look near the officers' pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know. I could just easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. I swear I searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. 7 hells, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, sister. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of Fis, where she, like many others, received the blessing of the monks. And then Theodocrat came and burned it all to the ground. The mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less of our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. And where my son is born, I'll teach him the stories in scripture as my mother taught me. Alf has been making himself useful to the Resistance. And with that, another task is complete. Akane, I hear you've been keeping busy. Aye, that she has. We want to thank her for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Monago, I would have you present at my proposal for an assault on Castrium Valodina to General Adon personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrium Orients before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems like a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Corel and Ishtola will wish to remain here to support the Chirugians, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Is aught amiss? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of outside activity. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost and occupy territory. Personally, I believe it's imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every Salian must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Al-Magigo, for my father, for Yida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Erosia. I will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Von Bersel and Von Darnus were but the first to try. Though your feverish is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course the same mind. The present situation is unattainable and further complicated by the extent of Bird's primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far. But if you require renewal, affirmation, then yes, I am still worthily committed to the cause. Oh, it didn't go. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewal affirmation, then yes, I'm still worthily committed to the cause. For it is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since I first pledged to Master Luis in the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Erosia by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Athenia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Ishtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Akane, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Amant, the woman who slew Gavis von Beerus and half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every Salian, must decide for yourself. I'll fight. The Empire poses too great a threat. We can carry on for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. As long as there is a battle to be fought, I'll be there. To be frank, Alfie, this isn't my fight, but I'll do what I must. Indeed, as you have doubtless seen during your time in the outlying villages, their so-called Metro Hatsuri is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Take care, Ishtola, Corel, and do not hesitate to contact us if you require assistance. Liz, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, and Nago will leave without us. Perhaps I might persuade you to join us, Akane. Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I am sure I can convince Manago to wait a little longer. Thanks for following. So you will accompany us. Full glad I am to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. Now it's south. So this monster is another third expansion monster from Final Fantasy XI. It doesn't look like this in FF11 in terms of color, but exact same character model. And this is a default monster in base FF11. You can find this around like level 20. No, even before that. And this is too. You'll find this out in Rollenberry Fields. And FF11. Looks exactly the same. These aren't though. And so are these, but I've already pointed Puggles out. And this is a default FF monster that you'll find outside of like one of the starter zones. Morning, Savannah. I mean, there's hard ones in 11 too. I was just saying you can find it as a starter monster. How do I like Monk so far? I mean, I haven't really been hiding it, but I don't really like the combat in this game. So, it's a bit whatever to me. This is another Final Fantasy XI monster. Antlion. You'll find it on the windy side of the nation. What don't you like about the combat? I don't really feel like, how do I put it? It doesn't really feel that engaging. It's like playing football with wooden shoes sometimes. For how flashy and everything it is, it doesn't really feel that like I'm that involved in what's going on. Not really. But I would have to break it down and compare. This is another Final Fantasy XI monster. There's just so many of them. That's the default mob, too. But if I had to break it down, it's going to be a long explanation, so bear in mind. Because it's multiple things. I don't really like the rotation aspect of this game the most. To just do press 1. Okay, now press 3 in a row. Okay, press 8. Alright, press 1 again. Do either 2 of the same one and another one, or do 3 different ones. Alright, wait 40 seconds. Do anything. I just don't find that enjoyable. Not really. And I guess how to break it down is it's a lot of things. And I'm just going to relate it to what I know. So, okay. In FF11, roles. Oh, where are they? These right here. These don't have any like offensive stuff, right? This makes it where you get healed more. This makes it, perfect balance. You can consider that offense. But like all these, like this allows you to, I just got this. This allows you to increase your damage by 15%. I haven't even used it yet. But it's not detriment to it, it's just pointed out. So these would be called, in FF11, they'd be called job abilities. And no job in FF11 shares the same job abilities. Every job has a different one. Because of the mix match system, to where you can mix match any job in the game with any other one. So no jobs share the same abilities. They do share the same, they can share the same weapons. But even that can be broken down too. For instance, I'm just going to use, a warrior and a dark knight. In FF11, a warrior is a jack-of-all-trades job. It's not a tank, first of all, in that game. But that doesn't matter. It can use a lot of weapons. But it's a master of almost none of them. But it has a high efficiency with them. Like, for instance, it can't outbeat, say, like a thief with a dagger, but it can use a dagger. And Dark Knight can use a greatsword, and so can a warrior. But Dark Knight gets access to more weapon skills than the warrior does. Right? That makes sense. Or like Monk can use hand-to-hand and so can warrior, but Monk's better at it than warrior. Warrior's the great axe job. But in FF11, these are augmented by your gear. So you can make these better by what you're wearing, which I don't know if you're seeing where I'm getting at. That makes your armor more important. Because not only would you just wear one set of armor, you would have sets of armor. And it also goes down to abilities too. So in FF11, different weapon skills, as they're called in this game and that game, but they work fundamentally different, have different stat modifiers. So, like, for instance, Tornado Kick is in FF11, and it has, I can't even find it. It has an 80% strength modifier in FF11 and a 20% vit modifier. So before you use it, you would change your clothes to put strength and vitality on, because that would increase the damage of the weapon skill. Outside of other stuff like just other abilities that make weapon skill stronger too, whatever. So that just made your gear more important or more valuable, because you would bring gear for the abilities. And it's the same for the non-combatant ones as well. You would bring gear for these, either to make them last longer, to strengthen them, their poignancy, and etc., etc. That doesn't exist in this game. And that makes, I won't lie, at the moment, it makes me not really care about my gear. Or like, I don't have as much interest in my gear at all, really. Like, I'm not that invested, because the game's not that invested, if that makes sense. And like I said, going back, Dragon Kick is also in FF11. It has a 50 vit modifier and a 20% strength modifier. So you would put more vitality gear on than strength when you use this. And it's different for every weapon skill. Some of them are similar. But like, this makes me not care about what I'm wearing, which I don't enjoy. Because oftentimes, like, for instance, and this just affects a lot of stuff. Like, when I get gear, I barely even look at it. Like, I barely even look at it, which just makes me not even care. Or that would be putting it more harshly, but to get rewarded with gear in a quest ultimately just doesn't really feel that great to me in this game, because it doesn't really change anything. Or it doesn't increase anything. It just base stats. So like, it's simplified to a point that I'm just like, I find it not as interesting in that regard when it comes to gear. And that also affects like abilities, because it's not tied to this and stuff like that. So that's one thing. And then like the way it works, I don't know, I just like, I used to ask Akka what gear he got every time he did a dungeon, and I stopped after his skirt while because I realized it didn't matter. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing, is that's what I'm saying. Is I don't like that. Like and then I won't lie, that also makes me not really look forward to the dungeon itself, because I realize ultimately the reward I'm going to get from it isn't going to matter. You know what I mean? So I don't really look forward to doing the dungeon. Like, because you know at the end of the dungeon there isn't anything you're gonna get that matters. Like, for instance, I don't like the fact that this earring I got from Lumi buying me the game basically beats everything. So anytime there's a reward for an earring, it's irrelevant. Like, there's no reason to even look at earrings in this game. It's irrelevant. And I would just be like, why? Why would you do that? why even reward earrings in the first place then? If you're going, granted, not everybody's going to buy it, but you can look at earrings after level 80. And I'm glad you said that. And I'm glad you said that, because I want you to realize almost how ridiculous that sounds. And I'm gonna hit you with math to make it sound ridiculous. Because I've been keeping track of how long I've been playing this game. And I don't think this is a good design. It took me 154 hours to beat ARR. It's taken me it took me 87 hours to beat Heaven's Sword. When I finished Heaven's Sword, I was at level 67. Together, I've been playing this game for 242 hours and 29 minutes. All together, not counting today's stream. That's 242 hours and 30 minutes. And I'm not even level 80 yet. Not to say that I should be. But I'm saying all that time, you have to go through realizing that most of the stuff you're going to come across for certain stuff is just pointless. That's not good, in my opinion. To me, that's not good. Because it lessens the appeal to stuff. If I know, like, if there's an earring as a reward, I'm not gonna pay attention to it. I don't care. If there's gear at the end of a dungeon, I don't care. I don't even look at. I auto pass everything now. That's not good. I don't think that's a good thing. It makes me less invested, is what I'm saying, in what ultimately is going on. Like, if I know there's not anything I'm going to use at the end of the dungeon, it makes me less invested to even go through the dungeon or even care about the dungeon, because I know ultimately what's at the end of the tunnel isn't even going to be worth my time in the first place. So, I mean, you can argue fashion, sure, but it's very unappealing to me how less involved the gear is. Like, the gear doesn't really, I don't know. And after pressing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6, after a while, I'm just like, I wish it was just more than this. Like, I don't feel involved in what's really going on. And then another way that I think that is encouraged is in this game, and Breezy said this like last week, is that the not really paying attention to like damage numbers and stuff. Not really paying attention to damage numbers and stuff. It doesn't really feel like that's another rate. Like, I don't ever pay attention to my damage numbers ever, because which kind of what I'm saying is like the point of being, it feels like you're actually attached to what you're doing, doesn't really feel like it's there. Not really. Like, I don't really feel like what I'm actually doing is contributing to what, if that makes sense. If you're not enjoying the game and not enjoying the overall experience, why force yourself to play it because you're doing the FF Marathon? To be honest, I think we play games that we enjoy, and it sometimes isn't enjoyable. Why keep forcing yourself, you know? And I think you're taking my criticism of a game that you love too harshly. And that's also something that I want to say I find pretty annoying. Not for you in particular, but FF14 fans in general. They can't really handle people not saying that they don't love this game. And anytime I voice any kind of criticism, or I see other people voice any kind of criticism towards this game, people take it personally. And they don't allow this. They don't allow people to share their opinions at all, and like I've seen it all the time. I've seen it all the time. I've seen it in this very chat throughout this playthrough. Like, people are very pushy about this game in terms of like not allowing people to play it at their own pace, like being like trying to force help on other people and stuff like that, and not allowing people to experience the game of their own volition and stuff like that. And then just simply having a criticism of the game. People are very like hell bent on being like, well, why don't you fucking like the game? And I'm like, bruh, I'm just saying, I didn't like for instance, what you said, I never even said that, but you said that is what I'm getting at. I never said I wasn't enjoying the game, but you wrote it in chat not even 2 minutes ago. And I never even said that. That's what I'm getting at. I'm just critiquing the game. Yet there's so many people who would love and invest in this game. They see it as if that, like what you just said, like I'm attacking the game because I dare criticize it. I don't even know if you realize that, because I've seen it, not just from you, but from many people in this game so far. And like I said, I never even said I didn't enjoy this once. I've said many times that I think the game's great. I'm enjoying myself. But like, it doesn't seem like that matters. Because once you critique one or two things, in some people's mind who love this game, they're like, oh, well, you hate it. It's frustrating. This is why I say 14 does a terrible job of preparing players for raid content, dumbing down for the sake of casual players the blitz through the story, so when it comes to content that gear actually matters, it's jarring, but up until that point, it can feel very meh. That's what I'm saying. Is like, right now, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot of what you do ultimately matters. Like, it, you know what I mean? It's just very different. And like I said, I never said that I disliked the game or something. I don't know where that came from. It's just that it doesn't feel like I'm as involved in what's going on. Not really. In multiple different areas. Road to max level. What would make you feel more involved? I would like it if my gear actually affected my actual abilities in terms of like what they do. Because then I would actually care about the stats on my gear. But I don't. And you can say, oh, well, your gear it won't matter at this point. But that's kind of strange to me, because it should always matter. In my opinion. Aside from gear, I don't really think you can fix the whole just rotation stuff. Like, so for instance, since my damage at this point, like, I don't really pay attention to how much damage I'm doing. It just makes it feel like I'm playing the game on a rotation, if that makes sense. Like, I don't... Because I don't know how much I'm actually contributing to the team. Or to the effort, not really. If that I don't know if that makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, exactly. So like when I don't really, because I mean there's so much, it's kind of hard to pay attention to because you have to look at where you're going, where you have to go, and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to pay attention to the damage numbers that are in the top portion of the screen. But since that's not really important, it does affect the damage and HP. Right now you have equipped the top tier salvage gear from Heavensward, which you can obtain simply by spinning tombstones. And unfortunately, tools to be able to tell exactly how damaged you are doing third party. But that's the thing. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't really feel it as a player. Because I'm focusing on not dying, I guess. So I don't know. To me, it just seems like it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 4, 1, 2, 2, 5, 6. And I don't really feel like I'm contributing that much. Or I'm unaware of what I'm actually contributing. I don't know. And either which way, to me, it doesn't feel good. I don't know. Maybe Ray can understand where I'm coming from, because me and Ray both played 11, and he probably has the idea of what I'm trying to get at. I don't really even read I don't read the battle log at all. Like at all. Because I'm more focused on not dying than anything else. Like this. I don't look at this one bit. Because I'm more focusing on position and not dying. And trying not to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or trying to decipher the fight and what I need to do without knowing what I need to do. I get you. The combat is very much rotation based, and you can't really tell what you're contributing is without third-party tools or doing stone, sky, and sea, which itself requires third-party sites to get a good idea how much damage you're actually doing. Yeah, so like what I'm saying is ultimately I don't feel like I'm just as engaged in what is going on. That's all. As a player, you don't stand out. You're part of the sea of numbers. Would turning down the effects help? I don't know. I mean, that's a criticism I do have, but I don't think that criticism matters. Ultimately, because, like I said, I think this is a good thing. But, I mean, that's more a personal thing to me that I don't think really matters. It's not your preferred method of combat. I don't know. I guess I just like how intricate your gear is in 11 to your overall combat, I guess. Like, it affects a lot of your combat. And since like you're right, I was able to get the tombstones and stuff. I guess like as Ray coined it, catch-up gear. I guess I really don't like the idea of catch-up gear, because it ultimately makes it to where the gear I get, the gear that's rewarded to me, just has no meaning. Which then, in a sense, fills me with a lack of like fulfillment and fulfillment and enjoyment. As I know what I'm going to get, ultimately, I'm not going to use. So then I question why am I even doing this dungeon in the first place? I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I'm not really at raids. Like, I can only talk about what I'm doing now. I can't talk about hypothetical what I'm not at. You know what I mean? I can only talk about what I've experienced in the 250 hours-ish that I've played the game. I can't really talk about what I haven't experienced or what's yet to come. It feels like you're it feels like you're doing it just to do it, which unfortunately is an issue with dungeons in 14. Basically, most are for glam or mission or minions. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's inevitable after the game's been out for like 10 plus years. But at the same time, it just doesn't feel great to me as a new player. It's a weird dictonium because this combat is meant to get you more involved button pressing, but it can also have the effect of disengaging you. Yeah, yeah. No, I feel, I don't know how to describe it is the problem. Is the problem, because like, compared to FF11, this combat is so much faster paced. It's so much flashier. You have to dodge. Don't get me wrong. Like, the part where you have to, like, dodge bosses or you die, I do enjoy that part very greatly. And stuff like that. But it's the part where that stuff isn't happening that I'm just like, okay. And stuff. I have to cross the bridge, I guess. But in a way, even though, like, it's faster and you're pressing more buttons to do more stuff, I ultimately feel like I'm less involved in what's actually going on. Where I don't feel that way in 11, because I guess ultimately your actions have more weight in that game, is what I'm getting, I guess is what I'm getting at. You are responsible for more, so you feel like you're contributing more, even though the game's slower pace. I guess. And hence, like I play Monk in that game too. I guess that's what it is. I can't go any further, so I have to go over here now. This game is the first and only MMO I've really got into. I played a little ESO and played Guild Wars 2. But I always come back to 14 because it's what I enjoy. I have not criticized or hate towards anyone who doesn't like it. I just genuinely want to know why to understand it all. You'll find that with MMO fans, their first MMO is their favorite. For me, it's EverQuest. No game can touch it. But for someone else, it's WoW. That's not what I meant, Breezy. No, no, that's no. What I was meaning was, like when everyone was giving me stuff, I was grateful. Don't get me wrong, at the very beginning, but it also denies me the experience of being able to play the game and experience how you play it, because it like gives you a leg up. Oh. Either which way, I was just saying that like the only thing that I was, I guess, annoyed at was when you said I didn't enjoy, like I didn't like the game or something. When I never really said that, because I don't know how you draw that conclusion. Despite like I have said I have enjoyed the game like multiple times, I just didn't enjoy the combat. Because I mean, I've been spending time talking about what I don't enjoy, so I guess it's only fair enough that I talk about what I do enjoy. And I think the first one is something compared to FF11 in a big way, is you can play this game without Wikipedia for the most part right now. You cannot do that in Final Fantasy XI at all, even from the very beginning. Like, you can, but you're not going to have any idea what the fuck to do in the game, because the game was designed for you to gain that knowledge through players. And, you know, it's an old game, right? So the people who are playing it are the people who've been playing it for years. So you have to play the game literally with Wikipedia open. to even know where you have to go for your next mission, because the game does not tell you or like give you hints. There's no such thing as icons above people's heads to give you quest indicators and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I am not saying like I love it. But I do think it's a nice thing when the game like just goes full on with it. Like, I like 11's approach too, where they don't help you at all. But it's also nice to have the opposite, where you get to play one where they're very helpful and they tell you where to go. Like this right here just doesn't exist, and you would never in a million years find where your next current mission is in 11 at all. You have to figure it out on your own. Or figure out, you have to talk to literally every individual NPC in a place to figure out who actually has a quest and who just has dialogue. And stuff like that. So very different approach, and I do think that it's nice. It's a very nice thing to have. I do think it's a little strange though, especially with fishing, but like for botany, I can just press B and be like, oh, where can I get walnut logs? Oh, I can get them here, and it shows me this spear, and then it allows me to teleport. One, it allows me to zoom in, and it allows you to teleport right there, and, you know, that's nice. But then I don't understand why with fishing, one, they don't allow you to zoom in the map. I don't really get that. That's a minor complaint, though. But seeing as there's like over 1,000 fish in the game, and you only have 140 inventory that you can carry on you at one time, and that your bait goes in here, why do they not tell you what bait you need for what fish? As there's like hundreds and hundreds of them. I think that's strange, because the game's like all about giving you the info you need in the game, but this is one aspect where it's like, no, you figure that out for yourself, which again for me is fine, but I just scratch my head and I'm like, why? You're so forthcoming with the information you have, why not just tell them? Or simple things of like, when you have a fish that has a time restriction, why don't you just tell them when the time restriction is? I don't really see why not. I don't see why not just letting them know, because all you're doing is just making players go to Wikipedia and look up that stuff anyway. So why not just tell them in the game? Like, they're so overly helpful, and like this right here, Final Fantasy XI doesn't have anything like this. The fact that you can like look what an item is used in a craft by right-clicking. You have to go to Wikipedia for this. The fact that this is in game is hella nice. And they tell you like, you know, where you can get stuff and all that stuff. But I don't see why with fishing they don't. It seems kind of odd to me. But that's beyond the point. I think all these tools like this are pretty nice. FF11 doesn't have anything like this, and the fact that you can just simply look up a recipe at your own will, I think is great. I think that's fantastic. With 11, you basically got whipped out the Wicca right out of your home nation. Yeah. Yeah, there was you had to. I mean, and that's fine. I understand that I'm playing the game like 13 years later or 10 years later with updates. But I still think that doesn't really change the fact that I think it's strange how they're very forthcoming with information in some places, and then they're very withholding from information in other places. They had to prioritize other stuff for a while due to staffing issues. It's hard to find trustworthy and skilled folks who are bilingual. So some of the quality of life stuff got pushed down the priority list, sadly. But as Breezy mentioned, they're adding them as soon as they can. Oh, yeah, and that's great. But as far as it goes with the crafting stuff, and I don't mean the dog, the combat, but I enjoy the crafting far more than I enjoy the combat. I think the crafting in this is fun. I could easily just sit here and just craft all day if I wanted to. And I've even contemplated like booting the game up off stream just to craft. But I haven't yet. The fishing is an odd one. Fishing is oddly more like... Fishing is oddly more involved, but less involved compared to its Final Fantasy XI counterpart, and it's weird. Like, you have more abilities to use, but the actual act of fishing itself is less involved. It's strange. Welcome back, comrades. What's new? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander's Kep V haste to brief you. I have come at Commander Kep's V haste to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. She is what? It says I am come at command. That's wrong, right? That can't even be Old English. Not that it matters, but I'm just confused. To brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. No, that's right. I have come is Old English for I have come. I am come at. It doesn't even make sense. I am come at. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Almaganes, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced adventurers, thanks in large part to the efforts of this alliance. Hey man, the world gal is pronounced jail. I just gave up after that. That's how you pronounce it? But there's no I in it. And G and J have two different sounds. That's about as bad as silent letters. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Almaganes, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of this alliance. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. And just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture the Castrum Veladane. And then I guess another thing I should say, since I was talking about it for so long, Final Fantasy XI storyline is all this. There's no voice acting whatsoever. And even for the storyline they literally released like a couple months ago, there's no voice acting. So it is kind of nice that this one has voice acting, just for the sake of adding emotion to the characters. But to say something you without dogging it so much. Captain Veladina, that will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plan and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances and bring every able Almagane who can wield a weapon. Pip and I want Veladina's watch. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this once. If there's no objection, General, might this alliance join Marshal Tarupin? By all means, if that is all, let us be about it. Oh. Conrad and General are of one mind. It seems I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about his reconnaissance mission. See how he would like to proceed. So Marshal Tarupin means to lead the reconnaissance mission himself, does he? Oh, I thought it was you because it was over here. Pippin is looking forward to the assault on Castrum Veladina. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we don't have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Veladina. Have a good one, Breezy. Snowy, if you don't mind, what were you not liking about the combat? This reminds me of the Leshen from The Witcher 3. To be honest, the same. It's a constant cycle of just clicking the same few buttons. It has been getting better as I'm getting more moves, but in the beginning it was a bit of a slog with just 2 attacks. I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels that way. I'll be honest, like right now, I don't even see any point of form shift at all at the moment. It's like you basically just get that through perfect balance. That said, I play Genshin, which also has 4 options for attacks, but that also involves different combos from different characters that you have to flip through constantly. Yeah, I say the same thing. Like I criticize it, but I also like very fond of a game that like so many people would call ancient. In comparison. This ought to be close enough. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapon at ready in the event of a passing patrol stumbles upon us or worse. Upon littering Castrum Veladina, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I don't even know what that is. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Sure.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Relga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
Damn, so did they know that that was there this entire time?
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
Yeah, I've never heard of that word.
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Damn.
Meffred! He'll take you!
Press on.
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Ah, a magical barrier. Alas. It will not save you.
Uh-oh. Damn.
Your shoulder!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Oh, she didn't strike him down, though. That was a thud.
Cryle!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos.
Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir. Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
You should hurry, rather than talk.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Okay, duty commends. I think he's the only one I'm hitting. Well, I take back what I said earlier. The guy does come on the battlefield and fight for himself. At least he backed up his claim. the girl? Oh, I didn't even realize it was her.
What took you so long? Alpha, no, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Am I confused, or did the guy that from the last expansion, we didn't fight that guy, right? In the Empire? I don't remember his name. Their names are all like so similar.
Be gone!
I know it's not the same guy. Yeah, no, I know that. But we never fought that guy, right?
Give me something to remember.
Fuck. Okay. Ow. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Okay. Jesus, dude.
Pathetic.
Now, how the hell do we take on primals and stuff?
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lass?
I think my pride might have taken a knock.
There's no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Convenient.
Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
She's not moving. What are you talking about? Hold her down. And why did you have to tell Alphino, who's already working on the dude, that's his
The
responsibility?
worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a
Alphino.
hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
This scene changed if you're a healer. Oh, you actually have to heal? Well, that's pretty neat. You did well, Akane. You saved lives no matter what happens. Remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. Now, if they had this guy just sitting on the bench in the Empire who could just come over and just defeat the Warrior Light in a matter of seconds, why didn't they just do that in the base game? Or like, why not even just do that in the first expansion? They will explain that? Okay. Cause it's a little strange to have like, oh, we fight that one guy in base ARR, and then we fight the next, the not the Emperor, but the Empire's general, and we beat him, and then bam, they got this dude that just destroys us. And it's like, okay, why'd you just send that guy in first? The haunted look on Ruban's eye speaks volumes. See to the wounded, Akande. They live. Help them. If not, move on. Morning, Rain. How many days was Heaven's Sword? Here, I'll just show you. It's easier to just show you. Welcome to my Google Doc. So I calculated it yesterday. We started AIR on the 4th of September and we finished it on the 26th. Took us 154 hours, 11 minutes. I even have the milliseconds in there. That's how long it took us to do ARR. In Heaven's Sword, we were able to do it in 87 hours. Took us 13 days. So I used that as a basis to kind of judge how long it would take us to finish the game, because we have 3 more expansions left. And so I guess that we may potentially finish it around November 16th if I use the base time of Heaven's Sword as an idea. And then I calculated how long until the FF Marathon. So now my calculation is December will finish in 2 months. Yeah, we may be able to play non-FF games this year, maybe. Milfred lies motionless, having breath his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. The charm must have been important. You'd best take it to Conrad. Damn, so he died. So if judging by what I wrote down is like anywhere near correct, we're like halfway through our playthrough of 14. Monago, Melfred, where are you? This is... He's dead, isn't he? Milfred was a warrior. always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course. Though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not for the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. That's exactly the kind of man who should be leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive. Not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never was. Who stands, who falls. In the heart of battle, we can but do our best. As he did. Milfred will be surely missed, aye. But because of his sacrifice, many now live who else would not. And they need us now more than ever. Aye, aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him, is all. Oh. Lagarde's Reach is no longer safe, as Pippin well knows. Our defeat was no mere thing. It was a total humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alf said, it is those who survive whom we must think of now. Maglar's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage, agreed? Good, I shall oversee the preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. I'm getting the idea that Stormblood is like generally not as well received as Heavensward. Is that like correct? Miss Marshal Taropen said you might have something for me. 12 be praised. This should put the driver's heart at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Very correct. Ishtola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by your side the entire time. Thanks, Krell. I'll walk alongside. They need protection in case the Guardians try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish. Then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrades' health allows. To Castrum Oriens. So remember when you said 2.0 and Heaven's Sword were the same to you? That's how I see this. Comrade is a man struggling to cope with a bitter reality. You saved many you saved many of my men. I can't thank you enough for that. But the fact remains our forces were decimated. In this state, we've not to be mounting an assault on Castrum Belladina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects. But first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you at Castrum Oriens. Understood. We will go and speak with General Adon. I won't lie. Like the trailer we watched. What gave me that idea is the trailer we watched. Because I didn't really understand. I didn't feel like the trailer for Stormblood was as good as the trailer for Heaven's Sword. But what I was really confused at was why they spent 30, 40 seconds on two jobs fighting at the beginning of the trailer. I didn't really understand that. Because I was like, well, Monk's already in the game. And I didn't know what the other job was. I was like, is that Dancer? I was like, that's not Dancer. Like, I was like, I guess that's just another monk. But I didn't really understand why they were fighting at the beginning. And then it's just a very different trailer. I feel like the trailer for Heaven's Sword gets you more excited for what's going on. It's weird how they didn't showcase Red Mage. They just focus on Monk and Sam. But why focus on Monk is what I don't understand. It's already in the game. Like... Like, I get Samurai. Because Lisa's one, I get... I mean... But see, that's strange to me, because they don't do that in the first trailer. I mean, not that they have to follow patterns, but... I don't know. Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed a search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straight away to his Specula Imperators after quitting this place. This would seem he lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only fools would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over Reach. The rest will fall back to the Castrum Orients. We can discuss our path forward there. Story-wise, Stormblood is not the most liked. Post-Stormblood has a much better reception, but main Stormblood is considered a major step down. It's only rated above ARR. Huh. I think in Final Fantasy XI, I think Wings of the Goddess is considered the weakest expansion. Even though it's my favorite one. But I don't think any of the expansions are rated lower than the 3 base nations. Which one is considered to be the story that people like the most in 14? Is it Endwalker? Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Heaven's Sword, Stormblood, ARR is the most popular community opinion, I imagine. I like Endwalker more, to be honest. I was super into the story at the end of ARR. The second half. I said, you weren't here, Rain, but I said I made a thoughts video for this. As I calculated, I was like halfway through this, but I didn't publish it because I just didn't feel like it. But I went on to say, like, I feel like with what I played, I feel like they could cut like still a good chunk of ARR out and nothing is really lost. Like, there's so many missions that feel more non-important and fetchy versus, like, actually important to the narrative that they could just get rid of, even though they have already done that. Fetch Quest E. And I still feel like it'd be, like, it... Because that's the, like... That's the big hurdle that this game has, is like, and I've seen it even before playing it, and I've seen it even before I even like did the Final Fantasy marathon. There would be these big broadcasters that I would watch, and they would tell their other broadcaster friend how amazing Final Fantasy XIV story is, but then their friend would be like, but I heard the beginning takes forever, or like da. And that's like for me, with the, I think, what was it? They cut out 20 quests. Like they cut out 20 quests or something in ARR, and it's like to finish the thing completely is 154 hours for me. And that was me playing it on average for like 6 hours and 30 minutes a day. Right? And I was able to do it in 23 days. You know, not everybody's setting aside 8 hours to do that. So for others, it's going to be more daunting because they're like, it's going to be more daunting because they're not gonna be able to do it in, you know, as few days. But to be like, yeah, it gets great after 150 hours, like that it's the same as when someone says, like, when they want to watch like a One Piece or Bleach, and it's like, oh yeah, it gets really great around episode 400. That's not good. Like, if you're already invested, yeah, it's fine. But if you're not invested, no, it's not good. Like, it's gonna be seen as too daunting. And I think, like, that's the game's biggest hurdle storyline wise at the moment, at least in like player retention. I mean, obviously they make a buttload of money, so it's obviously working. But for the people it's not working for, it's probably because it takes so long to get to the good stuff, or like the stuff that they would really care. I feel like they could even cut out more, and you wouldn't be missing anything. Because you don't want people to quit before it gets good. Like, you don't want, especially, right? There's also that, like, for the people that have told how amazing it is, and then they go and play it, and then they get hit with beginning ARR, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? This ain't good. You know what I mean? They're gonna feel, like, betrayed. In a way, right? So it's... I definitely feel like they probably need to trim a little more of the fat of the ARR story a little bit, just so that they can ease the people from quitting. I feel like that had a different design in mind. So it's grindy at those low levels, but now with them trying to catch you up to current content, it feels extremely off. Yeah, it's just very, very long. But at the same time, I'm not sitting here saying that I'm not talking about the story itself. I'm talking about the story structure. I feel like the story structure could be shorter. The story itself, like, I won't lie, there was a lot of quests that I sat there and I questioned myself, like, why are we doing this? Why, like, this doesn't feel relevant. Why are we doing this? But the actual stuff they set up, I think, is very important because it doesn't get solved in just that story. So if you, like, you know, like if someone's like, oh yeah, just skip it or something. Oh, they'll be doing themselves a disservice, say, like, if they just found, I don't know, say bought an account and just hypothetically played, say, at the, I don't know, after Stormblood or something. You do yourself a disservice. So, like, the story is definitely important. It's just, it takes a little while to get there. I already talked about this earlier, Malvarex, but I'll try to give you this short version of it. I already talked about this earlier, and we had this long conversation about it. But hold on. It's why if people say skip the Shadowbringers, some of that stuff doesn't hit because you had no build-up. Same with Horshenfeld and Heavensward. If you didn't have the build-up, you don't have the hit. I agree. I absolutely agree. If you don't go through ARR and you have Horsefit, yeah, no, absolutely. You miss out on those things. The build-up that they established in ARR has definitely been important, for sure. It just takes a while to get there. No, I've already gone and said earlier today, and we talked about it for like half an hour. But to give you the short answer, I said that I don't really like the combat in this game. And I'll just try to give you this short and I pretty much just said I don't really enjoy the combat because I'm not really a fan of pressing buttons in a rotation because it makes me feel like I'm not involved in the actual combat. Or like I'm just pressing buttons. And I said it's a weird thing to describe because meanwhile, while the game is faster paced, more flashy, and more flashing lights, and I feel less involved in what's actually going on. And I said, like, by comparison, I don't really feel like your armor. I kind of miss how your armor used to be attached to your abilities, say from like FF11, because that made your armor important at all levels. And to where, like in FF11, you have sets that you would put on for different abilities. It's so interesting to hear you say that because in FF11 you so much No, this is how I'm going to break it down. This is how I'm going to break it down. So you can have an understanding of what I'm meaning. It's a lot more than just auto attacking. So you don't have TP in this game, right? In this game, you weapon skill every, let's just say 2 seconds. That creates the mindset of 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 4, etc., right? You don't have that in Final Fantasy XI. So you have to build up a gauge to 1,000. It can go to 3,000. So there is already... You're not just getting the 1,000 in weapon skilling. Because there is different weapon skills that have different scaling with TP. So the weapon skill you want to use is already using a different amount of TP. For instance, Howling Fist. Howling Fist scales a lot higher at 2,000 TP versus 1,000. So you want to use Howling Fist in Final Fantasy XI on Monk at 2,000. You never want to use it at 1,000. And stuff like that. Hey, Dodger Guns, hello. But you auto attack to build up your TP. And this is where I say it's more than auto attacking. In Final Fantasy XI, you cannot kick by default on Monk. You have to earn that ability at level 51 as a trait, right? Try to share the lingo. But when you get it, you now can put on gear that is going to encourage your kick rate. Now, once you unlock kick, your kicks are naturally weaker than your hand-to-hands. But this, in turn, makes it to where now you start to prioritize different feat gear. Do you get what I'm getting at? You gaining a trait has now shifted how you think about how you gear your job, which means you're invested, is what I'm getting at. That trait now it has you thinking about gear and etc. And there's various traits that do that because you want to gain 1,000 TP as fast as you can, right? My point is that this stuff, the traits and the actions, are also tied to your gear in FF11. You can have modifiers, stat modifiers. You have stat modifiers, as I explained before, and stuff like that, related to how much your damage you would do with a weapon skill. So in FF11, before I'm going to use Dragoon Kick, or Dragon Kick, I put on a completely different set of gear. I have a gear set just for Dragoon Kick, and that's it. And then I go back and I put on my TP set, my tactical point set, because I'm trying to get tactical points. And it's the same for other stuff. There is a move that's kind of like Boot Shine in FF11 called Azirian's Fist. It's an 8-hit weapon skill. You cannot hit more than 8 times in one single attack. So theoretically, or mathematically, Azirian Fist does not benefit from any kind of job ability that will increase its attack numbers, like double attack or triple attack or anything that allows you to hit more than once, because it already hits 8 times. So you put on a different gear set when you use Azirian's Fist versus when you put on Dragon Kick. And it's like that for all the weapon skills. Some are shared, but most of them at the later level are different. This ultimately makes it to where you are more invested in what gear you're wearing and what stuff you're using, because you have to be. You have to gear yourself appropriately. And then I went down to abilities. It's also the same for non-combatant abilities. You can enhance your job, right? Like, for instance, I got this ability that allows me to do 15% more damage for 20 seconds. There's abilities like this on 11, but you also can modify this ability through your equipment by, like, I don't know, modifying in a way that makes it last 30 seconds or a minute, or increases the amount of damage you're potentially able to do from 15 to 25, etc., etc. There's an ability in Final Fantasy XI that makes it to where monks only kick. That's it. They only kick, and then you can increase the modifier of your kick damage and stuff like that, and it changes how the job plays. But that only happens when you wear certain pieces of gear and stuff. So my whole point is that it's more involving. Your gear is more involved in what you're doing. You don't just put on one set and end all be all. That does not exist at all. And then turn that gear makes you think of, what am I going to wear for this? What am I going to wear for this? Well, what am I going to wear for this? Well, I have to gain 1,000 points so I can even use this. So what am I going to wear before I even use this? You're thinking it's a multi-layer cake. So the fact that you only wear one set in this for everything is a bit hands-off, is what I'm getting at. You're more hands-off. So in a way, that's what I mean by I feel like I'm less involved in the combat, and stuff like that. Can you switch gear sets mid-battle? You can, yeah. Yeah, no, you absolutely can. So to give you an idea, you would put on a physical damage taken set. The caps are 50. So you want to have a 50 physical damage mitigation set on by default. Monks have a shit ton of HP in FF11, so theirs is a mix of auto regen and physical and damage taken. When you fight, you put on your TP set, and your TP set has double attack, triple attack, kick attack rating, etc., etc. Anything that will allow you to get to 1,000 as fast as possible. Once you get the 1,000, you have to figure out, and this is where this is the player's interpretation. You choose what ability you want to use. Everybody has their own preferences, but there are clear winners. And also in that game, there are things called skill chains, where if I use Dragon Kick and it has a specific property that another weapon skill shares, you can do another one and you can get a chain going, right? And you get bonus damage. And this is not something that not only that you can do by yourself, but you can do with your teammates as well. So you can set up skill chains and stuff like that for bonus damage. And so you have multiple sets that you do, and you switch the sets by literally just clicking buttons. Or I could show you how I have it set up to where it changes automatically, and that would probably scare the living daylights out of you because it's a lot of coding. Which I've shown on screen, and every time everyone goes, but yeah, you can switch sets mid-combat, no problem. and you want to. So, and you switch everything. You switch your rings, you switch everything. Except we don't have this. This doesn't exist. And you switch it for whatever you're doing. Every monk has the same rotation as every other monk. Having gear enabling your skills would introduce a lot more variation to the gameplay. It actually sounds fun. It is. Yeah, no, it is. You can have like for instance, there's some monks in Final Fantasy XI that swear by Tornado Kick. They will use Tornado Kick because it's not a crit-based weapon skill, so they'll use Tornado Kick over everything else. And it's called Victory Smite. It's not in this game, I don't think. It's a 4-hit weapon skill, and it's a crit-based weapon skill, which kind of is good, but sucks, because that means it can have a chance to not crit. So its damage is highly more non-consistent, but it has higher highs than Tornado Kick does, but it also has lower lows. So you have the Tornado Kicking monks, and you have the Victory Smiting monks. And you have other ways of doing it. But you can there's a lot more self-expression in the game of how to play it. And that's why I kind of get a little bit bitter when people always dogpile on 11 as it being an old game, because I'm like, it may be an old game, but you have a lot of versatility in what you can do and how you can approach the system. And then just going, and not really a detriment to this game just because the game went and got rid of it, but the sheer fact that in this game you're just a monk or you're just one job only. In Final Fantasy XI, you're always 2 jobs. You're always 2 jobs. And that also allows for self-expression, because you can be a warrior, you can be a monk warrior, or you can be a monk blank or a monk this. There's, again, clear winners. Monk warrior is by far the best. But for certain fights, you want to go monk ninja. Because of its defensive capabilities will allow you to survive fights better than monk warrior ever will. And this job combinations and stuff, again, allows for more self-expression. Like for me, never in a million years would I've ever seen it, but one of the most common tank setups now in FF11 is Paladin Blue Mage. And for anyone who plays that game, I bet you Ray right now is probably scratching his head like, how the fuck does that even work? I don't fucking know, but it works. And you wouldn't think it works, but it does. Even though historically it was always Paladin Warrior. And so this, like, it adds a lot of versatility and a lot of player just expression. You can put shit together and make it work and stuff like that. And that's what I mean by it feels more hands-on. You feel more involved in what's going on. You're not just pressing buttons on a wheel after you just put your gear on and leave it there. You're switching your sets. Before the fight even began, you already came up with a strategy with your job combination and what you're doing. You feel more engaged even though the combat is slower. In a way. I think that's about as best as I can explain it. Yeah. Paladin Blue Mage sounds like an amazing fever dream. Dude, I don't know how they get it to work. And I never in a million years would I ever thought Blue Mage would be a sub for Paladin ever, but it works. It somehow works. They like use Cocoon, and I'm like, how the hell do you keep hate? But they do. It's so weird. So like I said, I just feel less engaged in this combat as well. I don't think it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just... I don't feel like I'm thinking as much as I would want to. I guess, is what I'm saying. I can tell you how it is for healer in this game too. If your party is doing everything right and you have nothing to do but basically press 2 buttons. If they aren't, then you're pulling your hair out as you struggle to keep them alive because for their constant mistakes, sadly there is little in between, so you can't really tailor your gear to fit both situations. And you know me, as someone who played White Mage throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy XI, that sounds so drastically different. I mean, in general, yeah, if like things are going fine, you're not doing much. But since they made it to where monsters do more AoEs now, you're always doing something now. There's like very little downtime, if any at all, now. It's kind of hard to explain without it taking too long, but here. To give you a visual idea, hold on. I'm going to do what I did earlier. I'm going to pull up my notepad. Notepad++. It's going to do this. Hold on. So I'm going to give you an idea of what I mean by you switching your gear. If I can get it to work. I'm going to have to set this up for borderless window one day. Hold on. Can I do it like this? No. Hey, there we go. All right, so don't mind this one. This one doesn't matter. This is my monk code that I made for Final Fantasy XI. Everything you see here, this is the whole thing. It's 471 lines of code. Right? This is third-party stuff, but they don't frown upon it in FF11, okay? And I've built this stuff over years, so it would be a lot more complicated if you were just starting out. But, like for instance, impotence is a job ability that we get. It increases your attack and your counter attack, your critical hit rate, the more hits that you hit the enemy. So this code is literally set up to tell me how many hits I have, this whole thing. I know it like fucking 14. Just let me show the stuff. Jeez. Hold on. I'm gonna log out because it's not gonna let me do it. Hold on. That is a whole ass script code. It is. All right, I'm gonna log out because they won't let me do it otherwise. I should be playing borderless window. Sorry for all the flashes. All right. So to give you an idea though, so right here, sets, right? Set of armor, precast, use it before you use the job ability, JA's job ability, Hundredths Fist. This is an ability you can only use every 45 minutes. It used to be 2 hours. So it says, before I use this job ability, put on these pants. Because these pants enhance this ability. And it's like this for put on these gloves, put on this waist, put on these feet, put on this head. Do all of this stuff before I use all of these abilities. And before I use Ki Blast, which is another ability, put on these 6 pieces of gear. Before I use Chakra, which is the self-healing ability in the game, which has a modifier of Vit, put on this stuff right here because all of this modifies the ability and it has Vit. And then waltzes are a dancer ability, etc., etc. So you have precast sets. Put on this piece of gear before you use blank. That is a thing. These are weapon skills. So this is my base one, my like generic weapon skill set. That if I don't have it preset down here, or if I don't have it defined down here, it will put this set on by default for it, right? And stuff like that. But so, like I said, Victory Smite earlier. Before I use the weapon skill Victory Smite, it's going to put on all this gear when I do it. And when I do Aztec Fury and stuff like that, it's going to be like this. So this is what I mean by when I say I feel like I'm less involved. I have different sets for Final Heaven, Howling's Fist, that's a recurring name, Howling's Fist, Spinning Attack, Raging's Fist, Azurian's Fist was the example I use. I have different sets. They're all wearing different pieces of gear and stuff like that for different sets. Dragon Kick and Tornado Kick and stuff like that, and etc. etc. Hey, take it easy, Lander. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. And then I have a set for when I'm resting, because you can rest in that game. In this game, in 14, you auto-recover your health just by default. You don't in 11. So I have a resting set. I have an idle set, which has regen gear in, a physical damage set, a magic defense taking set, a set for when I need as much HP as possible, a kiting set when I need to kite the monster, and then these are the sets I wear when I'm engaged in battle. So I have a set for when he pulls out his weapon. This is my generic one. This is the one when I need more accuracy than what I already have. And then this is the one I wear when the monster is so weak, I can just put on stuff and I don't even need any accuracy. And then I have physical damage sets while I'm engaged. So these are modifiers of these. I hope this kind of gives you an idea of what I mean by like when I say I feel more engaged in 11. Because I have this for Monk. I have it for Dancer, because I play Dancer in that game. I have it for Thief. I have it for Puppet Master, and this is by far the most complex one. And I have it for White Mage. And for White Mage, since Ray was talking about, you want to wear different sets for different spells. This allows Protectra to last as long as possible. This allows Regen to last as long as possible and be as potent as possible. Bar spells have two different versions. They have Elemental Resistance, and they have Stat Element Resistance. And I have a different set for both of them. I have different cure sets for different cures, different weapon skills if I want to actually melee, but you never want to melee in that game. That's just for fun, and etc. etc. Do you see what I'm saying? This is third-party stuff, but you can do this stuff in-game too. There is a system in 11 to allow you to do this in-game. It's just, unfortunately, third-party stuff is better, and it's what I learned first. But gear is fundamental to everything you press. Every spell you do, every button you press, everything you do, there is gear you want to have behind it to make it better. Which is where the games are like fundamentally different, I guess, in a way. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. It seems excessive, though. Would need a system between the two. No, so that is my third-party system. That isn't how it is in the game. That is far more complex. You do not need to learn that to play the game. That's me. I was just showing you the amount of gear that you can change, really, or show you that the possibilities of like what you want to change. But that's the way the game is. They very much want you. It's a very different mentality. They want you to have different sets for pretty much everything. And when you get to in-game events, it's expected of you by other players to be like that. You can't just waltz into an event and finish it. You have to be properly geared, or you're gonna eat the ground and stuff like that. So it's an MMO from a different. It's an MMO from a different time period, so the expectations on you are different. But I'm just trying to show you what I mean when I say I'm more engaged in what's going on in FF11 versus FF14. I have a lot more that's expected of me as a player. I don't have an active sub, but I would show you the default, the in-game one. But the in-game one is nowhere near as nightmarish as that looked at all. It's far easier to understand than that stuff. That stuff is literal coding that you don't need to actually learn to play the game. Protect, now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time, since it practically doesn't exist in 14 anymore. It's why I wish I had an active sub and I could just like toggle between the two games and just show you the differences side by side. If you want to optimize, you do that. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. The interdimensional genius and actual jiu-jitsu practitioner. This is a whole ass script code. Yeah. So, like I said, from that example, if I were to use Dragon Kick, it would automatically change my gear with what I wrote down. It would change all of it to prioritize Dragon Kick. And then once Dragon Kick gets out, it would change it back to your default gear. The bygone era of starting a dungeon run by casting Protect and Stone Skin. Yeah. Does that make sense? You asked me about the combat. There you go. I'm gonna try to skim that when people ask that in the future. Well, Karel is with Ishtola. She still hasn't woken up, but Karel says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wounds, we could have hope for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when the Skull Commander cut down Mithrid. A single blow and that was it. Everything he thought he fought for, and all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And so, and do you know, and do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garleen who did it. It was the Almagain. God's help me if I ever. No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Oh, Liz. I feel like at the end of this process, you need to make a comparison video.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Wait. So Gaius, the guy in ARR, was not the Emperor? No? Or was he the Emperor and then command went to someone else? I thought he was the Emperor. No, Gaius was just a guy. Gaius was basically just a general of the 14th Legion. Okay, so the guy that we didn't fight is the Emperor. That's the guy in, right? Alright, okay, and they're saying this guy right here is his heir. The person the inherit the throne next is this guy. I have that under. He was a guy who kind of went rogue with the 14 division, and okay, and then Nero, the guy with Sid, he was also part of the 14th with Gaius, right? Yep. Okay. Okay. We fight, and we fight, and we keep fighting until we win. We take the fight to Doma. I have a feeling you're talking about us. Nero followed Gaius without question for his approval. There was also the guy from the coils of Bahamut who got revived as a woman and was the villain of 1.1. He had the same... No. From my understanding, the villain was always a woman. Because she said the original guy that she took up the mantle for died. And then she took his name. But she was the villain all along. That's how... Do I have that wrong? That's how I interpret it. Or that's how I thought it went. The one from the coils is Von Darnus, and yeah, she was a woman all along. She played a man to get ahead in the Garlean society. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, so the original guy died, and then she acted like him. Yeah, and she acted as him, but like, so it was her that brought down Dalamot, right? It was her, or was it someone else? It was her, right? Von Darnus? Varus won a war of succession during Heaven's Sword and became emperor. Zenus is the crown prince and Varnus' heir. Yeah, she got tempered by it and brought it down. Also, can I just say how much I appreciate how they pretty much tell the story of the three in the Crystal Tower? Oh, yeah, no, that was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. Yeah, it was how they basically had the story of three there. Yeah, that was neat. Okay, and then one last one. The guy in blue in Heaven's Sword, he was just a general? That's it? Yeah, Rugala? Yeah, he's just a general? Okay. Alright, I think I understand now. There's just so many of them. There's so many, like, we barely see the Empire, so it's kind of hard to keep track of them all.
Come now, even you have your limits. But then, so too must he. One legatus ruling two provinces a world apart. Yes, divide and conquer. We kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more, thereby forcing Xenos to fight a war on two fronts.
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Okay. I can say how much I need to play through the coils still. You should. They're pretty nice. It goes without saying, but the Salians alone have not the strength to topple a Providence government, here or anywhere else. I am quite certain the same can be said about the Domad Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Erosia and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Erosia lived on. Oh, so the 12 weren't even from Erosia. Oh. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from the Imperial's oppression, from we will free. Yeah. English. Yeah, the first time I locked them in, it said it would take like 30 plus minutes, so I exited and never went back. Same with the fronts. It took me 50 minutes to find through to find people for the Odin one. I literally fished on stream for the entire thing. But for the coils, Ray and Lynch Ray and Wrench, and I think Breezy, we all ran through them. Alicia is contemplating the logistics of a journey to the Far East. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Othord is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I am one step ahead of you, dear sister. Rather, Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it, we could all make this journey together. Someone will need to remain and serve as the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Ishtola can't be left unattended. Then I shall obviously remain. Very well issue addressed. You know, Alf, it would be much quicker to just ask and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose. Would you be willing to look after Ishtola and provide support to Arendelle and the others? Yes, Alf, I would. You see? That wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. Right then. Sister Akane, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Lanimsia. It's because they're considered extreme difficulty, so they're not in any roulette. And only people looking for a major challenge do them sink. See, I wish they would, though, because it would allow more people to be able to do them, you know? The hidden truth. Serpent Marshal Brookstone is in need of a soldier. Lieutenant Matsu, if you would. A moment. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adler with overseeing the occupation of Castrum Orient for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your want to attend to matters both great and small in all corners of the realm. Though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Twin Adler and the Erosian Alliance. Thus, I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the Fingers. Pray speak with Lieutenant Molakol when you are ready to receive a briefing. She will be overseeing the operation. But from what I understand, it has major story implications, no? Like, it's what Alf's sister is doing the whole time because she just vanishes from the plot. Yeah, no, the Coils literally have like a whole story thing for her. Yeah. It makes less sense if you meet her the next time without doing them. The excuse they use is very flimsy. Mentor roulettes have every duty though, excluding other savage roles. It helps new players a lot. Just so I understand what you mean. That's not something that I can do, right? No. But that would be in here. Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be. But it is. Akane Akamatsu, the Griffin Bane herself. Yeah, the great hero who defeated Griffin atop the Basiar wall, bringing his plan of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other title to aptly befit your prowess. Oh. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's Bane here to Castrum Orient? The Serpent Marshal Brookstorm has requested your assistance. You assist in my investigations. That is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me. Where are my manners? Talaha Moka, military records of officer, at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me appraise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of the Castrum Orient, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Garleans. A prisoner records dating back to the beginning of the Al-Magio occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed as a reminder of what would happen should you step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of the prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment, or even escape, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be the living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them, not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind of knowing what happened here. With that as it were a recent incident, though. It will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Anata have called these lands home long before even the Almaganes came to settle here, and as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago? I say they should implement a normal or solo duty version. New players have to rely on vets to unsync and take them through it is bad design for something so important to the ARR story overall. I have to agree. Yeah, I don't really understand why that stuff was extremes in the first place. Almagane prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember when the Garleans gained their foothold here. They internet any and everyone. Striders. Anata. It mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they would never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners have remained If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remain were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlements were heavily guarded, and I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would be the Bitter Mill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Grandinia when the Garleans first arrived. That place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. Okay. Well, it seems weird to me that you would have story behind a very challenging dungeon. Because that's like... it's limiting on two fronts. The players that just want to play stuff that's difficult have to deal with the people that want to experience the story and slows down the overall pace of doing the dungeon, is one. And then the people who can't do it because it's too difficult. So, like, it doesn't help anyone on any side. Like, you shouldn't have story behind a really hard dungeon. It should be gameplay only, as it's just hampering for those that want to do it and then those that can't do it. And it's a odd choice. What are the Garleans doing here? They can't be allowed to leave. Get them. Because I know full well that, like, how people are when they just want to go through a dungeon. And, like, they've done it. This new person hasn't done it, and how annoyed they get when a new person isn't at their level. I mean, it's rude, but, you know, that's just the mentality of how it is. So I get it. But you're just encouraging that behavior by putting story behind it even more. Which is, it's not helpful on both sides. Especially for a game that goes out of its way to make the story accessible to casual players. Yeah. No, it's kind of strange they haven't overhauled that. Or they haven't changed that. It's a little strange. Like, even if it is, like, I don't know, say they keep it in as, like, a historical remembrance of, like, how the game used to be. That's a bad excuse. It's a bad excuse, because, like, for instance, in Final Fantasy XI, in the second expansion, they used to level cap you when you did the storyline. So, you could get to level 75 in the first expansion, Rise of Zillar. When you went to go do the second expansion pack, Chains of Promathia, and Ray could probably chime in on this, how excruciatingly difficult that shit was back in the day. It was insanely hard because you would have to, it would release your level in chapters. So you would be level 20 this chapter, you would be level 30 that chapter, 50 all the way up to level 75. And that shit was rough. It was really, like, there's one fight, you have to fight Omega and Ultima back to back. And that shit was, like, level capped at 40. It was hard as fuck. I was stuck on it for months. And I bring this up because when the population started to dwindle, even before that, before it even started to dwindle, because the content was so hard, new players couldn't do it because there wasn't enough new players to go through it. So then they would ask veterans to help them through it, but the veterans didn't want to do it either because the shit was so hard and they already did it once and they were like, fuck doing it ever again. So now these new players couldn't do Chains of Promathia just by default because there wasn't enough new people to be able to go through it, and the old players didn't want to help. So eventually Square made the decision and they removed the level cap because it was either we'll keep it the way it is for historical reasons or get with the times and realize that with the lack of population and the population you already have, the new people are not able to do it. So, like, they got to make a judgment call after a while and be like, look, these people aren't able to do it unless they do it this specific way. We're going to have to change this. Or else it's going to be that same situation all over again where the people are just not going to be able to do it. 11 was a giant experiment, but I enjoyed the adventure. Well, I mean, it didn't have, I mean, it only had really EverQuest to base its game off of, but I mean, at the time, it was a different philosophy of a game, right? MMOs at that time had different philosophies. They very much wanted that shit to be hard. That shit was like the hardest thing in the game at the point. It was rough. And it felt, I went through it that way and I beat it. And it felt very rewarding. At that time, didn't know really how to scale content yet. They didn't have scaling. This, like, level scaling, they didn't have it. They still don't. Well, they have scaling in parties, but in story, no. No, it was very much like cap. The exact reason why no one does the coils, any group doing it synced are veteran players looking for a challenge and they aren't willing to help new players go through it. Yeah, exactly. It's the Chains of Promathia problem all over again. Eventually, like I said, they lifted the level cap, and there is a problem, or like a unfortunate byproduct of it is, like, they wanted it to be hard but satisfying. And unfortunately, by lifting the level cap, you just breeze through the content. And so you don't get that satisfying effect of accomplishing something hard anymore, but it's something that you have to lose in order to do it or something. It's crazy. I still have an 11 account and the end game is still so locked 20 years later. Yeah, you have to go through the story to get the end game. Like, you can't rush through it. Yeah. Although, granted, a lot of the stuff that made it take even longer has been lifted. Like, for instance, oh, you have to wait 24 hours to be able to continue your next mission. They used to have that shit in droves. That stuff's almost all gone. There's only one mission that does that now. Yeah. Ugh. Ambuscade is fun, but sorties, etc. is wild. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have to go through Seekers of Alduin to be able to do sortie. Yeah, and Seekers is pretty long. It's very long. Can I say that I feel like veterans would be more willing to help newbies if the help wasn't all text-based? You know how long it takes me to write a message on the PS5? I think sortie's pretty... I quite enjoy sortie. Godness, that's the smarts. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training, though no amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffin's Bane. That was a magnificent display. The Garleans were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unaware, but I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Garleans should be too busy contending with the resistance to waste time in a place like this. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom. After my heart returns to my chest. She's doing breathing exercises. Lieutenant Ma seems to have regained a sense of calm. Sorry to keep you waiting. I fear the battlefield is no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Now let us begin our search. We're like to cover more ground if we split up. Hopefully there is still some trace of prisoners left here. Why she... Also, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Upon closer inspection of the ground, you see footprints. Some of them appear to be fresh. The closing stench of rotting debris fills your nostrils. You are unable to discern whether the door's odor is coming from. I will say, though, one thing I'm very confused by is overall, what is the point of fates in this? Is it literally just to have something to do? Because I've never felt inclined at all to ever do these. Not once. Outside of the ones that I've been required to do. But I haven't really seen any reason to. It does give EXP if you're missing a little instead of a full dungeon. Is that like the point of it? Seals, sometimes EXP and achievements. Also some NMs. Okay. Okay, that's a lot more than I thought. And when you say seals, you mean forward companies, right? Or grand companies. This house is much too clean to have been abandoned for 20 years. Okay. And is it my understanding that, like, Lumi was telling me that those seals are just used for getting minions and mounts? Is that true? Akane, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. It seems he seems unwell. Unwell? Unwell? No. Definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine. But what of you, little girl, dressed in strange clothes? Strange. Quite strange. Quite strange. What? You have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I am a ranking officer of the Order of Twin Adler. Thank you very much. Now, who are you and what business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know much. Very much. You don't remember. Well, is there anything you can remember? Remember. Yes, something about this place. Something familiar. Quite familiar. Akane, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he's not from this place. Considering he's Elzian, he's likely a Grenadian escaped from the Garleans, or perhaps... Could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Garlean soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than this dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories. Sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much. Very much. All right, then. Let us return to Castle Orients. My brow-beating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. That is a big-ass bear. You gotta love Fates even more if you do the ARR relic. But there's no point to do the ARR relic, right? Outside of just having it. Aside from glamour, no. Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expect such wild claims from Lieutenant Moloch. But if you would corroborate her reports, perhaps this warrants investigation. Until further notice, he shall stay under the protection of the Erosian Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you can't just... Lieutenant Moloch, get this man a hot meal and a warm bed. When he's had a bit of rest, see what he knows of bitter mill and the Garlings. It should not be long before we reach a resolution to to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee. The look on Serpent Marshal Brookstone's face suggests he has grown tired of waiting. Imagine Lieutenant Moloch has finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. Oh, Akane, I've just finished with questioning. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past. The only thing he's certain of is that he escaped from Garlean captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. But where do Bitter Mill fit into all this? I fear we've reached an impasse. It's not as if we can ask the Garleans what they were doing there. Or perhaps we can. The soldiers who escaped us earlier must know something to have been prowling the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Akane, we must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned. Only the first two were blue last time I played through Stormblood. Have you played through Stormblood once or multiple times? You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill. Well, you should know I've dispatched reconnaissance teams. After reading Lieutenant Moloch's report, I thought it prudent he'd be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep of the Alzen stash. There's no need for that, sir. Akane and I will go. I realize I'm not the ideal scout to assist in this, but we have to find them. Two so far, at least fully. You saw me on an alt starting it yesterday. Oh, were you that Taru? Was that you? Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we kept going the same way. I won't lie, when I made another character in FF11 to get him to end game, there's something that you can download in for FF11 that uncaps the frame rate, and it like super speeds up the cutscenes like that. And then I downloaded another thing to have an auto enter button, so it keeps on just pressing enter to fast forward through all the dialogue. It was very funny to watch all the cutscenes just go like when I was just trying to get a character the end game in that game. On your guard, Akane. I have a bad feeling about this place. We found him, Akane. We really found him. Wait, what are you... These wounds, if he's not treated soon, he's not telling anyone anything. He's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go and tell Serpent Marshal Brookstone we found him, and he needs medical assistance before he can be moved. How's he gonna feel about offering medical assistance to a Guardian soldier, though? Yeah, that one time when you were attacking that monster or doing that mission, and I was attacking it, I didn't know if that was considered rude or not. Did you know how you can't do that in 11 at all? I was like, well, I was like, I don't know if I should help or if I should just wait. Because in some games that's considered rude. I was unsure. My men have searched high and low, yet there's no signs of this runaway soldier. You found him at Alwyn's stash. Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He is severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this bitter milk business. Oh, well, since we're getting rewarded, this has to be the final one. No, it's called The Honest Truth. Serpent Marshal Brookstone is eager to know what became of the injured Garlean soldier. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go and see if you can find Lieutenant Malk. I want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Akane, I'm happy to report we managed to bring him back safely and not a minute too soon. I plan to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and the bleeding stopped. I imagine we won't have to wait too long. Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty good to wait for someone to bleeding before you talk to them, you know? Okay. It seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you, you likely won't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now start talking. What were you doing out there at Bittermill? We were looking for someone. An escapee from one of our facilities. He had lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far. I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him though he cannot recall where. So he returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it. Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me anything you know, I will do all my power to see your life is spared. Do we have a deal? Miss, I may be dressed in their uniforms, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Garleans any allegiance. I will gladly tell. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners were relocated to the Bittermill to assist in the Garleans' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone it came in contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called. That's horrible. Their intent was to drive back Erosian's force without wasting any of their own on the front lines. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers. And what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people? Not a single prisoner survived. Their tests proving a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. So, to the surprise of many, the project was shut down before Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion, and the interim leader of the Almagain Providence, Gaius von Belsier. The Black Wolf would not allow this senseless murdering of Erosian people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything would be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted, and ran off with the last remaining sample of Black Rose. He was promptly apprehended, but he had already hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather could not, tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad and couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of his experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process. Then that means the man we found earlier. Aye, that's him. Gallier Mells, former head of research of the 14th Imperial Legion. Damn, so he was... Alright. I can't believe that the incoherent mess of a man was a scientist in service to the Garleans. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. What do you think, Connie? A part of me wants to believe it isn't true. But I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entity of Bittermill was used for experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such mass operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work. If they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it. Akane, we have to go back to Bittermill. Bum, bum, bum. I promise it gets good after 500 episodes. Just stick with it. Once you get to episode 750, that's when it really starts getting great. Oh, there she is. Alright, let's split up. There has to be something here, and I'm not leaving until we find it. I mean, we already know where it is. It's over here. I just found Sid. I'm so behind. I mean, you can't compare yourself to me. I literally no life it like 8 hours a day. That looks like an iron giant. Free company invite. I haven't got one of those in a while. Oh? I don't doubt what the man said, but the thoughts of all those people dying on this very ground is revolting. A part of me hopes we don't find anything. There's nothing buried here. Then why did it take so long to search it? Since you're past the story point where my FC's house would be spoilers, I really should just invite you to FC to stop you from getting those invites. I mean, I only get... it's only the third one I've gotten. And I haven't been getting, like, a crazy amount of them. To be completely honest, I don't even know what it is. There's nothing buried here. Take it easy, Rain. Thanks for coming by today's stream. Yeah, it's not over here. I've been ignoring everything and only doing main story, but I'm super over-leveled. Should I stop and catch up a second job to soak up the extra EXP? Maybe? I mean, to give you, like... I don't know if I'm a good example, because I've been trying to do every blue quest. Except the tribes one, because I just don't have any interest. But... like, for instance, when I started the second expansion pack, I was already level 67. And the cap that this expansion pack introduced is 70. I was already 3 levels away from it. So, and like right now I'm getting 100,000 EXP per like main story mission Which I would need 23 main story missions to level up once. Currently. Maybe a little less than that, maybe like 21, 22. But your digging reveals a small metal container, though you probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Mala would want to know what you found. Stormblood became free with the update about a week ago. You found something? A metal container, could it be the missing black rose? So he was telling the truth after all. There's no time to be sentimental nor hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container can be proved disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone. Yeah, that's kind of crazy too. Just like I don't know how long this is going to take us to finish, but I'm assuming it's going to take us around the same time. Do they give all that for free? That's pretty wild. Like, they must feel really confident that people are going to cross over from free to sub to offer that much. Oh, and Snowy, yesterday you were telling Malvarex about the whole taco changing. You were right in saying I do it manual. And I forget to change it sometimes. Lieutenant Mala reporting, sir. We discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He is Gorilla Marlis, former chief scientist of the 13th Imperial Legion, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. After a thorough survey of Bittermill, we discovered what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it. Attention, this is Brookstone. The container we believe to contain the Garlean's chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately. As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands. I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely moved to a secure location, rest assured we will see to its disposal. As for Gillius, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment will be quite severe. I almost pity the man, but memories or no, his crimes can't be excused. Lieutenant Mohliko, you've done well today, and I'm sure you've both are quite tired. Go rest, you've earned it. Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Grandinia to write up a report. The events of Bittermill need to be recorded, and we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. I wish you a company for a while longer. but I'm sure the Great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all your help. I look forward to adding your feats to daring to our records someday. Your feats of daring. Ugh. How do you rank up your grand company? You have to turn in seals. Are there specific quests I should do, or will it raise with main story? I can show you. Because I've actually done it a little. Apparently, I can't do the cap, though. Alright, so... is it here? Yeah, it's here. So, you want to go to your respective grand company. Whoever it may be. And you come over, you have an NPC. This one's Serpent Personnel Officer. And you have apply for promotion. Now he's gonna say I'm at the max rank, which I'm not, but there's gonna be a little box that pops up, and it's gonna say, "Hey, you need some seals, blank, but blank, but blank." And you can get them by either like doing these, the delivery missions. What Ray said with doing fates, you can also turn in gear you have on you that you don't use or you don't think you're going to use, and have that turn into seals too. That's what I did for the bulk of mine. But it's right here, and then you spend them on this lady. But it's all like level 50 stuff. I don't think it goes past level 50. So I don't think the armor is that great. Like once you get past it, I guess. But you have to do a quest in your company hunter's log to rank up. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you get these. Yeah, you can get seals from these too. So like your hunting log, but you get the grand company one. Yeah. If you're playing on PC, it's the H button. Hey Intra, hello. How you doing? Also, to upgrade it further, you need to send out squadrons on missions. Yeah, I talked to them. I just haven't done it. I went in and talked to them, and I just haven't bothered. here. I don't know what that song that person was doing. Saints Savior. Someone is playing some god-awful Metallica. Was that what that was? Oh, he has the other one. Saint Slayer. Ragged Fred would like to introduce you to an old friend. Fancy yourself as your villager's savior, do you? If you truly mean what you say, I have mind to introduce you to someone. His name is Sayer. Used to be one of the quarry's finest workers, he did. He kept fighting the good fight to restore Al Lagana to its former glory, but I do worry about the toll it must be taken on a man of his years. Have a chat with him if you're interested in helping. Thank you for coming. I'm still waiting for a few more of the villagers to arrive. The old bugger's treating us to another one of his speeches, I see. How long do you plan to continue living as an abject squalor? I ask you. It's high time we brought back the quarry that once made me proud to hail from Alagaha. Some of you may be too young to remember, but quarry used to mean everything to this village. Bloody hells, when is this old cogger going to stop harping on us about the good old days? Time you open your eyes, you daft bugger. Time's long since passed when we could sell a stone here for a decent amount of gil. It's about time you face the facts. There's no coin to be had sweating away your life in some bloody quarry. I'd better serve going out and hunting my own food. Just hear me out. If you give up on the quarry, then you'll be giving up on the village itself. Even the hardest rock will break if you keep chiseling away at it. Life's the same. Grandfather, that's enough. I can tell you now that no one here would claim to be happy with their lot. But there's nothing that can be done. You remonstrating? Did I say that right? With everyone, it's hardly going to do any good. Sweet to live. Well, what do you bloody expect with that attitude? No one's going to work to improve things when even my own granddaughter has next to no motivation. There's a reason you don't see much quarrying going on anymore. There's no demand for it. We can get by just fine with the stones we gather in the past, those we salvage from ruined buildings. Prosperity doesn't lie in wait for us at the quarry. Only monsters. It's about time you realize that we're lucky to be alive these days. Come on, grandfather, let's go home. Damn, she hit him with the whole, you're old, let's go home. You're talking nonsense. Damn. Blasted girl understands nothing. Of course, everything's going to seem pointless if you're only sleepwalking through life. Who in the hells are you anyway? Ain't done this, I ain't doing this for your amusement. I am indeed the sayer you speak of. Ragafred sent you my way, you say. Akane, was it? So you're the last we have to thank for saving Warakrata. I can tell you're more fire in the belly than this entire village. Perhaps you'll be able to see what I'm not as crazy as these buggers think me. Allah Gana owes everything to the quarry. The stones we extracted were solid and pleasing on the eye to boot. We even supplied the stones used to build the palace. Those were the days. It was the Imperial invasion that changed everything. Those bastards thought stone structure barbaric, favoring their cold, tasteless, metallic buildings instead. They said they looked civilized. Don't make me laugh. The final blow to our way of life came when the Garlamel began recruiting our youth to their own army. We lost just as many to the rebel cause. With no one left to tend the quarry, it slowly fell into ruin and is now overrun with beasts. The few of us that remain have been left to elk out a living using any means we can. I swear to regale every name, very name, if we could just take back the sleeping stones, this whole village would brim with fatality again. I just need something that proves the beasts are gone from the quarry. The villagers would surely see fit to help me restore it to its former glory. I know this is a lot to ask a complete stranger, but it's not as if I'm spoiled for choice right now. Would you be able to rid the quarry of those damn monsters and bring me back to Yorthrith Soul Stones? I'll forever be in your debt. Okay. Well, he wants me to travel to a place I haven't been to. Didn't Daft Punk break up? Or retire? They split in 2021. Really? It was 2 years ago? And they're not lying. The older you get, the faster time seems to go by. Jeez Louise. I guess it's because you're always busy. Oh, it's another Final Fantasy XI mob. The beetle. Wait, they aggro by sound or sight in this? They aggro by smell. Oh no, sound in 11. Huh. God, you would fight these in Crawler's Nest, and you would fight them in, I think it was just Crawler's Nest. I don't think you fought them in... No, Gardel Citadel. I don't think you fought them in Crawlers. No. What the fuck is that? A dragon? He has such small leg. I remember the Gardel Citadel EXP camps. Yeah, you'd have like 3 parties. You have 2 parties on the stairs. Like one below the stairs, one above the stairs, and then you could have like a third below the second stairs because there were so many enemies. And then if you really wanted to be, ballsy, you could party by the gates. The Waitstone gate. What the fuck is that? Eleven don't got anything like this. Good time? Yeah. I always enjoyed that EXP camp. You'd always go your starter nation, the Duns, Buffine. Right, you would do level... You do level, 20 to 25 at Buffine. And then you would go to the jungle, but you had to do the quest to be able to get to the jungle. So you had to do the airship quest. You had to ride an airship. And then you would be in the jungles, I think. You could push it to like level 32, I think. So you would do Yatunga jungle right outside of Kazam, and then you would go to Yoder jungle. And then after Yoder jungle was Gardel Citadel. I don't remember how long you would stay in Gardel Citadel, though. It's been so long ago. But I think you would go to Crawler's Nest after Gardel Citadel, I think. And then, I know you would go to Kufine Island, or Kuful Tunnel. I think at level 50, you would do the crab parties at Kuful Tunnel. I don't remember when you would leave there either. And in fact, I don't remember where you would go after Kuful Tunnel. Where did you go after there? I don't remember. Oh, didn't you go back to Crawler's Net? No, you could party down. You could go back to the Gardel Citadel at some point because you could do the parties on the bottom. East and West, whatever her name. East and West. Sarda Barton? I don't remember. I don't know. I know they don't work with the design of 14, but dear Lord, I wish they had the boats and airships of 11. Oh man, those things were so cool. They're so massive too. Yeah. It's a shame nobody takes the boats anymore, or the airship, because the home point system. Like, there's no real reason to anymore. The place with the ants? East and West Altepa Desert? East and West Altepa Desert. Kufo Tunnel was in one of them. I don't remember which one. You'd have to go through there. You'd have to go through Port Bastoke, Cora Loco Tunnel, and you'd come out at one of the deserts. And then yeah, that would take you to Kufo Tunnel. Past Kufo Tunnel was Valley of Gale, I think it's called. I don't remember. Actually, I don't remember. It's been so long. Yeah, I mean, we went there. I can't really remember. You had Gustville Tunnel. I don't remember. They should add sea fights to this. I did very much enjoy the fact that you could, like, fish up enemies in 11. I thought that was pretty cool. The fondness was grinding at 11, where solo leveling Black Mage, one mistake and you're dead. I thought the funnest Black Mage was when they started adding in enemies that were designed for mage parties. So like with the third expansion, when they added in the flans that were physical damage resistance, but they were magic, like magic would do a buttload of damage to them. So you'd get parties that were like a thief, a thief, and then four black mages and a bard or something. Those parties I always thought were pretty cool. You never really got to see that kind of stuff until the third expansion, if I remember correctly. So you'd have the melee-oriented party doing the trolls, which, funny enough, these guys were before the trolls. And then you would have and then you could go like a little way in, and you could have the black mage party that's doing EXP on the flan, not that far away. I don't think I really ever joined any. Yeah, it definitely wasn't like the norm. Wasn't there a glacier or something to level at? A vaguely... Oh, do you mean Bendai Glacier? No, I don't think you ever leveled up out there. Bendai Glacier was is the area before Excabar, and Excabar is the area before the castle that the Shadow Lord was in. Oh, Ray, I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier, but this is a default monster in the 5th expansion of FF11. The one I don't think you got to play. Seekers of Alduin. That's like a regular enemy you find right outside. I did duo with a buddy on our Black Mage a couple times, though. My favorite party that I ever had to this day that I can remember was in Oct-Urgen on the Mamubus and Pucks, where it was, we had a red mage, 4 warriors, and me, the white mage. And this was like I think it was right after they did the update that made everyone switch from great axes to dual wielding axes. Then everybody like started spamming Rampage. And the red mage logged off. I don't remember why. And they couldn't find a replacement. So they found another warrior. So it was 5 warrior ninjas and 1 white mage. And I was able to keep up. To the point that I was able to keep my MP like refreshed on my own through my MP gathered while resting set I had, and we were just flying through those enemies. I still remember because once we finished, because we did it for like 10 hours. I remember that part. Because it was the one time that people like were like, yo, hey man, thanks for they were like, thanks for sticking with us for so long. I thought this party was gonna fall apart because we couldn't get a refreshing job. Like you needed either a bard or a red mage at that time for MP jobs, because there's black mage and white mage couldn't get their MP back on their own outside of like Aspir. And it was like the first time I ever got complimented for playing white mage in that game. And I never forgot it. And it's nice to see you return. It'd be nicer if you happen to be in possession of certain stones. This is exactly what I was after. Let's waste no time in showing them to the others. It's been far too long since the last ray of hope shone into the villagers' miserable lives. Oh, so this is probably a quest line. Yeah, it is. But they don't make you do his. It doesn't seem like I can go down there. This seemed to be blocked off. Oh, you can't even get down there anyway. And I guess that was... Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to come in from somewhere else. Alright, well... I can't really remember, but I do remember when I got 75 for the first time, it was when COP was out. We did it in Bibiki Bay. Off the EFT monsters? I don't know how you pronounce that. That's where I got 75 for the first time. That was before Oct-Urgen was out. Once Oct-Urgen came out, basically all the EXP parties went there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the little happy guys. Yeah. Those parties. I hated those parties. I preferred the trolls. I don't know why. It was slower, but I like the trolls better. F can basically be pronounced F. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I preferred the trolls. Nobody liked to do them because they were slower, but they were easier to get, faster to get to. And the Mumu jaws were always filled every single time. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going to sea after all. Is Maryland leading us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it's simply not feasible for an airship to travel such distance without impossibly large fuel reserves. To say nothing of inevitabilities of running afoul of Imperial aerial defenses. But when it's equally infeasible to sail an Erosian Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one option. Speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken Arms. The Kraken Arms? You don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, Alliance. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed agreement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outbursts. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am a very soul of discretion, and as many well-respected personages would attest, from the office of the Admiral to the higher houses of Ishgard. But where was I? Oh yes, the Alliance of Seven Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your service. However, it's important that you are aware of certain continuing circumstances. Yeah, they would steal your TP and eat your food. Yeah. Hey Derp, hello. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us knowing us to be proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privating the Kraken Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefeatable keeper of peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has a chance to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how the heir to House Delamar vanished at sea. Deladarn vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son lives and would pay a sultan ransom for news of his whereabouts. Truly a tragedy of the ages, and a testament to misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the conspicuous realms of fate, I will be willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kubjeni and Hinagashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly request you do the same. Suddenly all those hours Hitaru passed covering and craping at the Forgotten Knights seems rather better spent. Do they not? That said, I had the intent to press the point more permanently, and there was something discerning about the pleasure Tataru took in making the captain squirm. I'm off to bed. Good night / day, everyone. Thanks for the advice earlier. Have yourself a good night, Snowy. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. And thanks again for the resub earlier. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alicia, I should be grateful if you would use this time to brief your Ranger on our recent developments. You may also wish to visit the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Akane and Lise? I would like these two to return to Revelant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Akane. Oh, there she is. Well, here we are. We need to talk to a lot of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Help. I did exclamation point / blow again. I meant to do bow. Thank you. Is that you? That's a. Why do you have so much cheese? I have 20,000 cream cheese on me. That is a lot of cream. It's a call thing, don't question it. I guess. Thank you. I gotta use these. Alright, uh-oh. No, no! Damn it. You can jump and then... Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that you could do that. Person's lying on a bed. That seems oddly futuristic, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem oddly futuristic? Or am I just crazy? It just looks like regular clothes. And a... He has this... They've been adding more modern stuff lately. Yeah, it looks... Huh. There's a lot of PvP gear, super sci-fi. I think of, I don't know, it made me think of like a racing jacket at first, but until I saw there wasn't another arm. Is the umbrella a weapon? It's a blue mage weapon? Oh, I thought that person had a symbol over their head. Currently the second hardest blue mage thing to get. Well, congratulations on having it. They've been adding more modern stuff. It's a mount and a very expensive mount. Oh, you have to like pay real life money for that bed mount. I really don't understand why you'd dress normal when there's tons of cool armor. I guess that feature is not for me. Just to appeal to more people. No, it's Gil, but it's a lot of... Yeah, this. I wasn't upskirting you. You upskirted yourself. Yeah, I actually have that one. Funny enough, that you can actually get this in Final Fantasy XI too. You can get Omega as a mount in Final Fantasy XI as well, which is odd. He's huge too. Like, yeah, I think he's a bit bigger than that one. He's massive in 11. He's very big. You have to go through this long-ass quest line to be able to get him. You were a bard dancer? Yeah, bard is pretty powerful now. Oh yeah, that's right, Ray. You weren't playing the game when it happened. Bard can now kind of be a damage dealer in 11 now. I say kinda because they can't take damage worth shit. So they don't want to be near the monster, but they can deal damage with daggers now. It's crazy. I love buffing people to heck. It's a fun job. Alright, I'm gonna go turn this quest in. Now, if only Bard could actually be support in this game. Yeah, I saw that it's a damage dealer job in this game. What the fuck? That is so anti what it is in 11. Oh, this armor right here, Ray 2? A character wears this armor in FF11 as well. The lady in the like the second to last storyline wears this. Oh, I know. Oh, did they like tell you her story and everything? Because that's yet another one of my... Wait, this is one of your alts? Oh, is that because of this? You get parts of it? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool how they have her armor in this game. She had like one of my favorite armor designs they ever made. I gotta say, it looks kind of strange seeing it on a guy. What the hell?
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for following. If you see the Lusa tag, it's either me or someone from my FC. Oh, that's your FC. Oh. I see. I don't know if the event will come back while you're playing, but it does. I'll be sure to let you know. Okay. Oh, it's an event. Oh, so you can't just do it whenever you want. Well, that kind of sucks. Because I would do it if you could. Oop. Same with the Final Fantasy XV event. And there's no Final Fantasy XVI event at all? They haven't made one yet? There is actually? Kinda? It's in the works? Oh, okay. So they're working on it? Yeah, I got that. Benefits of having the same director. I haven't played the game yet. I'm waiting to play it after we finish this in 15. So. Alright, let me go turn in this quest. Doo-doo. That's not 16 Phoenix. That's just the one from the coils. They just timed it with 16's release. Oh. Greeting Akane. What brings you to the toil this day? What? You are for Doma? Heavens. Scions have shown us naught but kindness. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years, we've suffered under their tyranny. And then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seems the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banner, we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Zenith arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. Are they going to... Okay, so have I forgotten why they explained to us why they came to seek refuge here? Or are they just going to reiterate that and I don't need to ask? So I kind of forgot. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nage clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle. Even now, it is home to the Imperial's Viceroy Watch. Her host of men in Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage in the seat of Lord Kian has become a den to the Garlean dogs. Okay. I guess they're just going to tell us eventually. Again. You are truly planning to travel to Doma. I do not know what to say. Forgive me. I shall aid you the best of my abilities. Ours is a beautiful land nested on the eastern coast of Authard, along with the banks of the One River. Our nation thrived, proud and free, till Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted and now the river belongs to none. They go over it a bit, but TRDL, he beats the entire army's ass, got bored and was assigned, and he put someone else in charge. Wait, but they didn't explain why she fled, right? I don't remember if I ever learned why she fled. I remember she was seeking refuge. But since they said... I was under the assumption that something happened. But they said that the Garleans invaded 25 years ago. So it's making me wonder, what did they... What happened? I guess they're going to explain it to us, but I was wondering if they explained it to us prior in ARR when she arrived, and I just missed it. Oh, and there you are. Learn anything interesting? The other Dolmens I spoke with tried to teach me all about the Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Rosians can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially as guardians. But anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with younger nomads, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow. What you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us to dinner, of course. I hope they do. No, they only went over it. Nomad Rebellion was pushed away by the Garlean army. Now you know the reason they stood no chance. It's because Zenith is built different. Yeah, okay, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Unfortunately, though,